is, well, is taught, is done in order for doctors, but you are a vet, so I'm going to consider this, but it's not gonna be as easy as I think for you, because everything is going to be done for doctors, okay? So take it in count. I mean, vocabulary could be helpful for you, but I think it's not gonna be enough, okay?
Because I need most of the vocabulary, but for example, external parts, I don't need too much.
Yes, they are not so useful for you.
Yeah.
I consider that, well, troubles you got, please let me know in order to help you. But I don't consider I could change as much as I could. For example, there is a, well, the module 1, almost all the topics are referred to the anatomical references, many diseases, illness, the way of studying medicine in other countries. I mean, that could be similar to vets, but it's not the same. Well, let's do our best and on this. About homework, I think I can change some topics in order to evaluate you in the way you work.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's gonna be helpful for you in that way.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, about this, well, with an animal is different. About questions, I mean.
More or less, there are questions I never do, but for example, I can change some words.
Yes, they can help you in that way.
Yes.
Okay. Questions about the topics we were talking yesterday, maybe in a different way, I don't know. Because these definitions, of course, are not the same for you.
Yeah, but if you can explain again, please. I can understand what illness, disease, and sickness.
Okay, please give me a second, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, from this part. It's not working. My computer is running crazy. Okay, now can you listen to me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. We have to consider these 3 definitions in English because with Americans, Englands, and in the rest of the countries, you work with foreigners, with English people. They divide this concept in 3 different ideas. When you talk about sickness, they are referring about a situation that it's not something so dangerous. I mean, maybe a flu, maybe nausea because something was not okay at that moment, something very, very general, but that is not a big problem that it's going to bring you to the doctor, for example, or to a hospital. Okay. something easy to correct, a social dysfunction, as it says, okay? Something that it's that is assumed that it's treated by the patient by its own resources, I mean, okay?
Okay.
Then we have the other, on the other hand, the illness and disease. First of all, the illness could be called an acute situation that requires diagnosis, requires the evaluation of a doctor, I mean, in a hospital or a consulting room. And then, of course, this situation change your behavior and perception of the real moment. I mean, for example, when you're with fever, you have to look for the cause of fever, right? And usually you go to the doctor for take that evaluation. For example, a urinary infection, it's an acute situation, you take pills and then correct that. When you correct it, the illness is done, you get in remission, and that's everything. You get recovered, okay? Then we have the third way, the disease. The disease is something chronic, we can say, something that is wrong in our body function. And it's a situation and it's not gonna be corrected, I mean. For example, diabetes, there is not a cure for this situation. Is a treatment? Yes. But when you start being a diabetic, well, you're gonna to be diabetic for the rest of your life with all the complication it includes, all the situation it means. It's not easy to live in that way because you have to change everything around you in order to control the disease, okay? Or maybe the Lyme disease, right? And sometimes for this kind of diagnosis, you go to many doctors and that is trained more than the rest, we can say an specialist maybe, and then you get the correct diagnosis. That's why a disease, it's a chronic situation, we could say, in order to understand the meaning. Is that okay at this moment?
Okay, now I understand.
Okay, the difference is in that way.
Okay.
Moreover, when we talk about sickness and illness, in the way they are almost the same. Some patients consider sickness and illness the same. We must tell you, I feel ill, but they really feel nausea and vomiting, and nausea and vomiting are for sickness, a problem. Moreover, we have the sickness as the last name for specific diseases. For example, travel sickness, it's not a situation that happens to everyone, right? For example, when you go to the sea level, sometimes there are many people that feel nausea and vomiting and it's awful. Or when you come from the sea level to the altitude, there you go, the altitude disease. It's called the travel sickness. The travel sickness is the social way of talking the altitude disease. Or maybe this disorder, the sleeping disorders, is very common for people to call them sleeping sickness, but it's not a sickness, it's a disease because it's a chronic situation that needs treatment to be corrected.
Okay.
That's the way when that's the social expressions that you find when talking to patients in that way. In order you are vet, sincerely, I don't know, is there the same situation that we could get. But I think that the definitions could be that classification. Today, as a casualty, I was watching on TikTok a guy who loves rescue cats, the Misiwasi in Peru. And he was describing the case of a cat with leukemia. That's the first time I heard about leukemia in a cat, but it's a disease actually, right? In that way, I think it's the same definition for animals, and I think it's correct to talk in that way.
Okay.
Robert, I'm going to check, I'm going to evaluate, okay?
Okay.
Okay, about, well, these expressions are, it's almost the same, I'm telling you at this moment. They use this for explaining as a situation, the patient is explaining as a situation, but they used to, they like, I mean, to use these expressions. I was sick this morning and the possible meaning. And the way they said I was sick in the morning, but now in the afternoon, at night, I'm not sick. I feel okay. But in the morning, I was not feeling okay. But if they talk in present, you must consider that at this moment they feel bad. It's the same as the social English, but we have to translate to catch the meaning of the patient. About recovery. Yeah. Sorry, I cannot hear you very clear.
Yes, about recovery. In the case of remission, we use that when, for example, in cancer, the treatment is going well.
Yeah, we can use this. The patient made a good answer. I mean, it's going well, it's doing best, it's getting over, it's getting better, it's improving, right? The correct way of expressing this is using the verb get, but sometimes you can talk in that way you were talking, it's going well, but going well, it's not an expression that could be understood by in this context, I mean. Get over, recover, get better, to improve, get worse, well, we know. If we talk about a cancer, it's better to use these phrasal verbs, okay? Get better, get over, or yeah, complete to get worse, okay?
Okay.
Maybe relapse and remission, well, the meanings I think are clear at this moment. And well, this is the illness and wellness continuum. But I'm not sure if it applies to animals. Maybe yes, could be, but well, because it's how a person moves through the life and then can consider diet, exercise, habits, and that's all. About the parts of the body, well, at this moment, that would be nice if you can check the most important groups in animals, I mean, with the general parts of their bodies, because in homework, I'm going to ask about it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we finished the 15 minutes. Let me send you the pool because it's assistance, okay? Okay, Fernanda, fill it. And hi, Gabriela. Thanks for being on time.
Good afternoon, teacher. Good afternoon, Fernanda.
Good afternoon.
Yes. So, Fernanda, see you tomorrow, please. And I'm going to try to correct some details in order to work with you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye, Fernanda. Okay.
Bye, Gabriela. Bye, teacher.
Bye,
Bye.
Bye, Fernanda.
Bye. Thank you, Gabriela. I'm sorry. I got in trouble. Fernanda is veterinary.
Oh.
I have to change a few details for homework for her specifically in order to help her. And well, it's different, a completely different career, I mean, but that's okay.
Yes, it's other thing.
Yes, okay. Okay, how are you? Everything's okay?
Yes, it's okay. In person, I am a little tired, and with the class yesterday, yes, I have one question.
Yeah, perfect. Let me open the slides.
Okay.
Let me share them. Tell me your question, please.
Okay. Here says referring to the parts of the body.
Perfect.
And this diapositiva, sorry, I forget how you say that, but it's like limp. I don't have really some meaning about that.
Which slide?
It's I don't say number 15, I think.
This one maybe?
No, next.
Or this one referring?
Yes.
Next one. Describing. Perfect. Let me know.
Okay. No.
Which one is the doubt, I mean?
No, in the number 15.
This, let me check. Yes, this is the 15 one, referring to the parts of the body.
Yeah. I don't have a meaning like in Spanish for limb.
Okay. In Spanish, extremidad.
Like, yeah.
That's why upper limb or lower limb, upper limbs, the arms, lower limbs, the legs.
It's just that I really forgot this part, and I say, okay, I'm drunk.
Yeah, don't worry. That's no problem.
Sorry. And okay, and then I say limp, drunk. It's correct.
Yes, limb, trunk. The trunk, well, of course, the thorax and the abdomen and the pelvis, and that's all without arms and legs and head. And, well, the limbs, upper limbs and lower limbs, and that's all.
Okay. And I have here one more.
Yeah, perfect.
And then I
maybe another slide, maybe for going ahead. For example, when we talk about the radiation of pain, we have a general idea about what is happening here, right? And when you listen to your patient and get this description, which pathology do you think about it? I'm not giving the diagnosis, but when you listen to your patient, you got some ideas about which situation is happening at that moment, right? And the verbs that are in black and words are explaining what patients usually say, what verbs they usually use in order to show you how the pain is going on, is going through the body. Specifically in 1, 2, 3, I think in 4 classes more, we have a class when we must practice how to describe and how to interpret this, and homework is about it. So it's a first general view in order to get the general idea what we are going to do ahead.
Okay, I have an idea.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, and I say, okay, I think that it's all.
Perfect. About any other slide you would like to check? Any other question?
Not really. Wait. In the number 13.
Here?
Yeah. No, 13.
13.
Yes.
This one. Okay. Our perfect guy. Yeah. Our guy.
Okay. The word like the beard is.
Yes, when I was preparing the presentation, this guy was the most complete.
Yes, it has
I'm sorry.
Word really.
Okay, this guy.
Yeah, and I don't understand yesterday. It's
yes.
like the first.
I like the picture because it shows us
Yeah,
Yes, the
everything.
black and white. Yes.
Yes. That is like, how do you say that? And the second is in other language or something like that?
In
I-
Latin.
Okay.
When we
So,
talk about anatomy in English medical school, American medical school, I mean, in the United Kingdom and United States, because they are the biggest schools of medicine, they like to teach anatomy in Latin. And they doctors in that countries must learn anatomy in Latin, in medical terminology, and the social meaning of that words. I mean, we have 3 ways of expression for anatomy for everything.
yeah,
But
that and I say,
in
it's
the
too much.
way this course is too short, we don't have enough time to check. But that's the way they like to work on it. This picture is one of the most complete that I found when we had the Latin expression, the social expression could be. So we have 3 ways of expressions in one picture. It's easier to work with this than to check more pictures and getting confusion without a correct order. This picture is very useful. For example, it's very clear. The digitis is in Latin. Phalanges is in English. Toes is social, it's the social English. But in medical terminology, we can say digital or phalangeal. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
We have black and words Latin, parentheses medical terminology, and without parentheses social English, the common one, the non-medical terminology.
Okay. Now I understand. Thank you.
Okay, that's the best way I found. And in this second picture, we have just social English. No medical terminology, nothing to get in confusion, because both of them are going to be helpful for you. It's one of the most complete ones, this guy, but this girl is showing you the way that the patients are going to refer you, how they express, how they can explain you the parts of the body, the superficial anatomy. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, now I understand.
Okay. For example, and this one. For example, here we have everything in English, and that's okay. It's helpful, it's clear. Anatomy in English that we can translate to Spanish, and that's the same. There is no trouble. But here, it was here, yes. In here we have in Latin too.
Yeah.
So that's the way, just checking. And well, you know this, you were on the medical school and you know, you have the idea of this. Now it's time to check, to refresh, because it's not easy at this moment to make everything again. And then practice, because in homework I'm going to ask about this. Here we have words in English and in Latin. It's because the authors that made it like to make a mess. But that's the same, it's just another language to practice about it. Here we have the same in English and Latin. Here we have the same, for example, which one was, no, it's the one. There was a cavity, no. For example, this is the one, the only one I well, for example, truncus brachiocephalicus, it's in Latin.
Yeah.
But in English, brachios, but it's the same meaning, but another language. But don't worry, when I ask about homework with this, there's no trouble in the way you express it. Could be in English, in Latin, social English, medical terminology, no problem. Just write down correctly and that's enough for me. It's better if it's just in English, that's the objective.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I was looking for it and I say, oh, it's too much information. And then I say, okay, I need to review everything because
Yes.
anatomy I learned
Just
2 years ago.
Yes, go to the general parts of the body. The biggest one, the most important ones, because patients are you practice or know the details in anatomy. For example, this picture about arteries is just for information. We're getting the idea that we have these structures and there are the correct ways of writing down the names, right?
Yes.
This is an easy one. It's very easy picture, but it's going to be helpful. If there is a name or something that is not easy to pronounce, let me know for practicing the pronunciation and then improving this part. That's okay for me.
Okay, we have, in this picture, we have a liver, I think.
Yes, the liver.
Liver, and, ¿cómo se decía debajo? Oh my God. Like, no lo leo bien, perdón. Wait a minute.
And under it?
Yes. No, it's
don't worry, that's okay. We have the gallbladder here.
Gallbladder. Okay.
The liver. Yes, the gallbladder. Yeah, the gallbladder. How do you pronounce this?
It's spleen, maybe.
Yes, spleen, like smiling, spleen. And then you are going to say the correct pronunciation. Try to smile, and that's enough. The spleen.
Okay. And then pancreas is like in Spanish?
Yes, pancreas. Pancreas is the same.
Okay.
The same one. Here. Did you check this slide at home? For example, I don't know. Yeah, look at this. This is in Latin, labium minus, and it's mixed with English. That's a mess that Americans made with these pictures, but it's very common to find this.
Yeah, I read that and I say, yeah, it's okay, and I get just a little bit confused. So
yes, at the beginning, when you start reading in English, you said, "What's happening here?" It was in English, but now it sounds strange. No, it's in Latin, and Latin is very common to use in English in USA and England. Very, very common situation to find them and mix it during the whole information in textbooks and everything.
Yeah, I just noticed that. And how much?
How could you pronounce this one? This one.
Central tendon of perineum.
Perineum, perfect. That's okay. Okay, we are on time. Let me send you the pool in order to get your assistance, okay?
Okay.
Can you watch this?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, we can stay working until Natalia comes to the workshop. There's no trouble for me. I didn't receive any message tell me that nobody's coming. So we can stay. Let's use the time. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much for your teacher. It was really good class.
Don't worry. Let's go ahead. Okay. Okay. The dorsal cavity is very easy. Maybe another question about it. But the anatomical view. At this moment, it's very general. We are going to talk in systems, maybe the central nervous systems, senses, I don't know, the urinary system, everything. So now it's a very general view.
Yeah, it's not like confused now. And then in coccyx, how do you say coccyx in English?
The same you're telling coccyx.
Coccyx.
When you talk about coccygean, the coccygean zone, no, that's the change. But when you say just coccyx, coccyx is okay.
Okay, I'll hear it, Natalia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So see you tomorrow. Check a little bit, and that's all.
Okay.
You're
See you
doing well,
tomorrow.
okay?
Goodbye.
Okay. Goodbye. Go ahead. See you tomorrow, Gabriela.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Natalia.
Hi, teacher. I'm coming to my home. Can you wait me 2 minutes, please?
Yes, that's okay. I can expect for you. There's no problem.
Okay, teacher.
Okay, don't worry.
Teacher.
Hi. Hi, Natalia.
Sorry, teacher. There was a manifestation there. We couldn't pass.
I
Sorry.
understand. It's not easy to stand to be in that situation, right?
Yes, teacher. Sorry.
Don't worry, you are here and that's important. Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, did you check the slides from yesterday?
Yes. Yes, teacher.
Perfect. Any question you have about them?
Yes, I don't understand. I'm not clear about the difference between sickness and illness.
Perfect. Okay. Let me open the slide and then we can talk my screen.
Yes.
Natalia, can you listen to me?
Yes.
Hi, Natalia. Oh, perfect.
Hi, teacher. Yes.
Okay, perfect. When we talk in English about this situation with our patients, they like to divide this idea, this concept about being or not okay in three definitions, I mean. The sickness, the illness, and the disease.
Okay.
The sickness, the easiest one, is that situation when the dysfunction, it's not a problem per se, I mean, it's a situation that the patient can control by himself without going to the doctor or to a hospital, okay? Without asking for help to a professional in health. For example, when you get a flu, a common flu, you don't go to the doctor because of that situation. You take some medicine, tea, maybe oranges, C vitamin, and that's all, right?
Mhm.
And then you correct this situation in a week around, but you don't go to the doctor for that situation. You control it by yourself at home. That's a sickness. That's a situation that the patient can manage by himself.
Okay.
On the other hand, we have the illness. As we were saying yesterday, the illness as a way of understanding this meaning could be explained as an acute situation, something that happens to you, but you need to go to ask for help to a hospital, to a doctor. Then you get with lab tests, with some studies, x-rays maybe, and then get the situation, start the treatment, get in control, and through the days you get recovered, okay? But it's not a situation that it's getting in risk your life at that moment when it's starting, because an illness, in fact, could be called an infection, could be treated at home without complications. You make the treatment, you get corrected, and that's all, right?
Okay.
Of course, it's a situation when the behavior and the response to the medium is going to change. It's going to cause an impact, but it's not in that order to be such a big problem that could be chronic.
Okay.
When it's correct, there is no consequences, I mean, right? And then we have the disease. It could be called the chronic situation, I mean. For example, the diabetes is something that is wrong in your body function, something that is not going to be corrected. There is no way. You have a treatment in order to control the situation, but not to cure, okay? A diabetes you cannot cure, right?
Okay.
You just control with diet, treatment, and that's all. And then you can continue living by your own. A normal life is you are responsible. Of course, the physiological and psychological environment, behavior are changing, and the dysfunction is going to be general because you have to get a new lifestyle and you have to change all your life, I mean,
Yeah.
right? And in order to get the diagnosis, the correct one, sometimes you don't need just one doctor, you need a team of doctors, specialists maybe, and more studies, not the common ones, the specific studies to get the correct diagnosis and the correct treatment to control the situation. So you can see something easy to work, something that you need help for working, and then you get recovered completely, and a disease, a situation that you can control, but it's not going to be cured.
Okay.
Okay. Now, did you get the idea? Maybe.
Yes, but I have
is
one
that clear
question.
now?
Yes, but
Yeah.
we can say that illness, when it gets worse, can be a disease, or it's not related. The illness and the disease. If the illness gets
Yes,
worse,
they could be related. For example, yes, if the illness is not responding to the treatment and get worse, and you have to be admitted into the hospital, it's not an illness, it's getting a disease. It's getting complicated. So you have to correct it with more studies. You need a harder treatment. You need more resources to correct the situation. Okay? An illness can be a disease. A disease can come back to an illness. It's a very, very fluid, could be definition that can change. Okay?
Yes.
Any other question, maybe?
Yes, the pronunciation of the two words, it's physiological.
Physiological. When you see P and H, it sounds like an F in Spanish.
Okay.
Okay, physiological and psychological.
Psychological.
Yes, psycho. Forget the P. Just use the S. Psychological. And with the P and the H, with like an F, physiological.
Physio, not physio.
No, not physio, physio.
You
say phi when you use the Latin A, this one, but when you see the Y, with the physiological.
Physiological. I have
physiological and psychological. It's different because of the rules in pronunciation. Yes. But in this case, when you see an F, a PH, the sound of an F, you say physiological. When you see an S, psychological.
Psychological. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, teacher.
Any other question, maybe?
What else?
Okay, Natalia, we are on time.
Okay.
Yes, it's 7:45. Please let me send you the pool in order to get your assistance, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so if there are more questions, you can send me a message by WhatsApp and then we are going to work on them, okay?
It's okay, yes.
Okay, I understand today was not an easy day for you. But send me a message with your questions and I'm going to answer them, okay? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So see you tomorrow and don't worry, send me a message with the rest of the questions, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye. Okay, you're welcome, bye. Hi. Hi, Roger.
Hi, teacher.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
Yes, maybe you don't remind me, but I remind you. We were working on the banca privada and salud.
Okay, yes.
I was your general practitioner work. How could I say in Spanish?
Yes.
I was with very, very bad luck. The distóxica of the turn.
Okay.
One of the distóxic ones. The distóxicas.
Yes. Okay, no.
It's nice to see you, doctor.
Nice to see you too. Yes. Yes, it's. I need to practice my English because I am going to EEG course in India, in Cochin.
Yeah.
On March, I think here on March. And
Yeah,
I
you
need to
really need to practice.
Yes,
that's okay. Let's do it.
Yes, it's necessary because if you don't practice, but you forget it. And I forget much words, much words in the pronunciation. No? I need to practice that. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I understand. And when you go to the India, Hindi pronunciation is different from American and and England.
It's more like my British, no?
Yes, British is very different. It's large, but Americans are very easy. It's different. The way of talking, even the way you have to stand for pronunciation is different. But it's possible to make.
Yes. When I was in Congo 2006. I had friends from India, but the pronunciation is different. Even British is different. No?
Yes, and grammar rules in India could change a little bit.
Yes.
So I'm going to look for some expressions with Hindi because it's not an objective, but we can improve this in order to help you to go to your course in March. We have time for that. Hi, Doctor. Workshop. The idea is to check the slides we were talking from yesterday. But if there's any question or pronunciation in the way you are talking about this journey, this course you're going to take, maybe there's a question we can work about it. For example, in the colleagues, for example, don't use this idea of sickness, disease, and illness. They just talk about sickness and illness. Disease, they consider illness and disease like the same meaning. So it could be a little confusing at the beginning because they use them as a synonym, not as a different situation as we were talking yesterday. That's a topic to consider because when you read an article from Hindi doctors, you could see that situation because they use these terms as if they were the same. And you said, what's happening here? It's chronic, it's acute, it's something new, it's getting worse. Yeah. Let me read again to understand. Yeah. And then, well, we can do it. And they use sickness and they say, sickness is not for doctors, don't take it in count. Well, patients.
No.
But in these were the ones who were getting in confusion with these definitions, the travel sickness and the sleeping sickness.
Yeah.
Actually, we say sleeping disorders.
Let me 1 minute.
So it's not the same. And we say, why you are making a big mess too? Yeah. Okay, don't worry.
Because I am in SIMRA. It's a syndicate of doctors here in the Caja Nacional de Salud. And we are in a meeting.
Yes, the SIMRA, there's a lot of movement.
Oh, yes, a lot of movement here. But no, don't worry. But thanks. But I have a question about the pronunciation. There's a word very, very weird for me.
Perfect.
Micturation. Micturation. What's the pronunciation? It's micción, correct?
In this one.
Yes, it's
in Spanish micción.
Okay, in Spanish, no? Okay. What's the pronunciation? Micturation?
The micturation. Yes, micturation.
Micturation. Okay. Yes.
Micturation, urination, micturation.
Micturation.
And this one, how would you pronounce this one? I'm sorry.
Micturate.
Yes, how do you pronounce urinate and?
Urinate and micturate, or no?
Is, of course, the medical terminology. Yes, urination and micturition.
Okay.
In English, of course, you're going to use micturition while writing down. That's all.
Okay.
When I was writing down the presentations, there are many words that I said when they appeared, but that's okay. Let's do it. Let's practice.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. This is another pronunciation maybe for this.
No.
For example,
the rest is
when you talk about feces or stools, they are offensive for British and, well, Asian people in general. Asian and from Israel too, they don't say feces.
Which
they
word?
used to say
feces
defecation.
Or stools?
When you talk about defecation, both of them, the feces and stools, are offensive for that part of the world in general. They used to talk about defecation as an action.
Perfect.
They said they use this as a tip. I'm telling you, when I was working in the Alemania clinic, I had patients from Israel. And when you were asking for stools for going to the lab test, they get so offensive and they was telling me, don't use this word, please. It's not correct. Not in our culture. Please respect my tradition. And I said, okay, explain me that part and get clear. And they explain me that the correct way of talking to them is defecation.
Okay.
Give me a piece of your defecation, and you said, what? Okay, if you want to talk in that way, or tell me defecate in that way, okay, I understand you. That patients were so funny, and they used to explain many expressions. That was so funny, so great to talk to them. Yes, in the emergency room, you can see everything you cannot imagine.
Yeah, you have many stories from there.
Oh, a lot. I should write down a book and it's gonna be so funny.
Okay, yeah, I think. Yeah. But another word, I have another word, but I don't understand. Let me
maybe here.
Was very weird. No. Okay. No. Okay. 1 second. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. No, don't worry.
That's okay at the moment.
That's okay. Please.
Okay, about these expressions, they are okay. The back passage, of course, is very important to use this expression too.
Okay, yes, back
because
passage.
They feel this offensive for them. Yes, always back passage. It's not easy to get used to this, but you said, okay, patience, yeah. Patience, that's all.
Back passage, but it's better than the other words.
Yes. When you're talking about the structure, the complete one, you have to ask about the back passage. Is there any trouble in the back passage? And they're going to tell you if there is pain or something difficult, or there's a mass. I don't know. It depends on the situation. But just back passage.
Instead anus and the rest.
Yeah. And rectum. Yes.
Back passage. Perfect. Thanks.
The back passage.
I think I don't have any questions.
Yes, I think that's all at this moment. And for translating this, that's real. When they go and tell you, I feel sick, they can refer you about anything.
Perfect.
Patients are going to use this, but doctors, while translating, while getting the meaning of the situation that the patient is trying to explain, as I was telling you, they're not going to use sick. They're going to use illness or disease.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And then you have to ask and try to get common ways of talking.
Okay, perfect.
This
Thanks.
this topics is this guy is showing us the topics that we must use and remember and try to practice a lot in order to get in correct communication.
Okay, I feel ill, unwell, nauseous, feel the need to vomit.
Yes, when the
Okay.
patient says, I feel sick, could be one of these 4 answers. So you have to go to the point and then, okay, do you have nausea or did you vomit or do you feel the necessity of vomiting? And they are going to ask to tell you the real situation.
Perfect.
Then you can start your speech, questions and everything that it's easy to make.
Perfect. Perfect. Thanks, Iris. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you so
Okay.
much. When I received the final list, I saw your name. I said, Dr. Kademaita, yeah. No, that is toxic one, yeah.
That is toxic one.
Yes. My shifts, my words were the worst ones in the banca privada. They were hating me.
Why? Why? Because you are this toxic one?
In Salud, of course, I trouble. Yes, I got it. And then it was not easy to correct the situation. Do you remember we used the cat to up and down the cat and the sweep across the door, that round of a sweep on the door, and that was worse. Once I write it down, I was drawing the cat and I said, it's going to work, and I get to my computer. That was the worst word in my life. The worst shift, everything happened in that day. When I was in Pro Salud, I had a worse.
Which day?
I'm sorry.
Date.
Last year? No. The date?
Well, which date are you talking about?
In 2020, during the pandemic situation, I was on ward, and yes. I had no space for nobody, and that was so bad. Well, the boss, the general, the CEO of the bank called me and told me, do whatever you need and make enough space for the patients. Do whatever you need to do. Move patients, change spaces, use chairs, I don't matter. And I had 35 people in the emergency room with the clinical history, with oxygen, receiving the treatment. But when I received the ward and I was almost leaving home, they was trying to kill me because it was so hard. Yes. After that, when I was in Pro Salud, I received accidents and moms, a lot of accidents. They loved me because they were too much money, but they hate me because it was a complicated situation. We don't have more beds. There is no problem. You have to make a space. When I was working with the Alemania clinic with Dr. Kushner, twice I called him and told him, Doctor, we don't have more beds. And then we have patients for the surgical room, appendicitis and cholecystitis. What can I do? Okay, that's the appendix one, that room that it's getting in solution that was painting. Okay, I used it with a pneumonia. Okay. The shared room we had in the Alemania clinic, there are 2 rooms that are for 2 beds with shared one. They are occupied. Then there are a husband and a wife with a strange infection. I'm sorry. Okay, let me go. He came to the clinic, checked everything. There was no bed. And he said, okay, let's open the UC, the intensive care unit, in order to inspect. Let me explain them, then there's just until we have people going home. And then you are going to get them into, they're going to be operated in the clinic, but you have to check them as if it were a common room. What? And that was the solution. The patient operated, and then I received a phone call from a neurosurgeon that was asking for a bed in the United Care intensive care. They called Kushner, and Kushner was killing me because he told me, you cannot say there are no beds. We have to make as space as we can. Yeah. It was not easy.
But you learn a lot for sure.
I was that was, oh yes. Any strange situation you check, I saw this. I got this.
Okay.
Yes. In the banca privada, my last word, I was attending a myocardial infarction, and the physician that was with me was telling me, how can we correct, when we can do the correct treatment? Okay, don't worry, I'm going to call everybody just to start making the papers. And I was calling, doctor, there's a new patient, the third one of this night. It was not easy. And that was funny. That was my shifts.
Many stories to tell to you. even your grandsons.
Not too long experience.
Even for your grandsons. Okay.
Yes, I have too much.
It's nice to see you again.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's nice to see you too, doctors. So we're going to work together. Okay, bye. See you tomorrow.
See you.
Bye-bye. See you. Hi, Rochelle. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Rochelle, can you listen to me? I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry for taking a few minutes from your time. Dr. Roher was my boss a time ago, so we were remembering the old times while working.
Oh, the world is small.
I was general practitioner on work. It's my revenge time. Okay, Rochelle, did you have time to check the slides from yesterday? Hi. Rochelle. Rochelle? Well, Pamela.
Hello.
Yeah, Rochelle.
Yeah, can you listen to you, doctor?
At this moment, I can listen to you.
Okay.
I was asking you, did you check the slides from yesterday?
Yeah, I already checked the slides, and I was studying a little because I don't have enough time. But yes, I already checked.
Okay, any questions do you have? Maybe, do you want to check on a specific slide?
I am confused about illness and disease. Can you please repeat that part for me?
Okay. Okay. Let me send this message, okay? Because check this time. Okay, let me share the screen.
Okay.
And then we are going to read the meaning of that, okay? Ta-da. Can you watch my screen?
Yeah, but it's starting. Let me see. Yeah, now I can.
Okay, sickness, illness, and disease.
Yeah.
Well, when we talk by these definitions, I'm sorry, a box drop out, but that's okay. Okay, when we have these ideas, we have to consider in the way that Americans and British patients and doctors love to divide the idea. Sickness is that situation when you when you can control by yourself the situation, I mean. For example, when you get a common flu, you don't go to the doctor, to the hospital asking for help or treatment, right? You take some tea, lemon and tea. I mean, you do everything by your own, right?
By myself.
And then you get recovered in a few days without any trouble.
Yeah.
Yes, by yourself, your body gets a good answer of the situation. On the other hand, you have the illness. The illness, as we were telling you yesterday, could be called an acute situation. Recommendation, you get recovered, and then there is no more problems because there are no consequences if you make the treatment, right? But it's not the same than the disease. The disease is a situation that it's wrong in your body function. Your body is not as you expect. And then you get with a chronic situation. For example, in diabetes, right?
Yeah.
Diabetes is not going to be cured. You're going the situation the rest of your life. You need treatment in order to control the situation. Psychological consequences and dysfunctions you are living because all the life is changing studies in order to get the correct diagnosis, right?
Yes.
So
I can listen you, doctor. I think that your internet is not working well. Hello.
well, everything's okay. Hi.
Hello, I can listen you, doctor. Maybe the internet is not good. I changed the Wi-Fi, but I can listen to you.
Now at this moment, I see your signal on yellow and red, but I'm not sure. Now is that okay?
Now I can listen better.
Now can you listen?
Yeah, I can listen you.
Okay. I was telling you with the disease, you see the consequences. Hello.
Hello.
No, right?
Yes.
The disease, the illness. I see your imaging frozen, and then I cannot listen to you clear. Can you listen to me?
Yeah, I can listen, but each minute I can listen you 1 minute, and the next minute I can't listen you. I think that I don't know if it's my internet because I already changed the Wi-Fi, but let me see again.
Yes, I changed it too. Well, I was proving it before coming. I see yours. Oh, it's frozen again. Okay. Sure.
Now, can you listen me, doctor?
Clear. I sent you a message. Can you see? Can you watch this?
Oh my God.
Yes, yellow and red. Can you listen to me? Well, actually, I was without troubles with your classmates, but But the internet sometimes it's making with disturbances, right?
Yeah, I'm going to try again with my. I'm going to try in my cell phone. Maybe it's working better. Let me see.
Okay, try to do this and please let me know. Okay. Hi. Okay, you're out of sound.
Yeah, now can you listen me, doctor?
Clearly, better, much better than 5 minutes. We were talking about disease and illness, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that way, is that clear, the meaning?
Yeah, I already understand with the definitions.
Okay, any other question maybe?
I don't think so, doctor. I understand all in the class that we have yesterday.
Okay, the slides were clear, and that's a general view of almost all of the course we are talking about. And we are going to talk about systems, or each system and diseases, and many situations and expressions, grammar expressions, ways of writing down, and then getting the ideas about working on these topics. So it could be nice. It could be a lot of work. Did you check the anatomical references that I was sending my homework?
Yeah, I was studying that, but it's a lot. I know
yes.
a little, but I know the most important, I think.
Yes. For example, can you watch my screen, right?
Yeah.
You're a perfect guy. This guy is very useful, this picture specifically, because we have in Latin, in social English, and in parentheses, the medical terminology. Try to check, to practice, to memorize all of these pictures specifically, because from this is going to be the test of the homework or everything we're going to talk about.
Okay.
We have the advantage that it's in the 3 ways of expressions that British and Americans commonly use, right? So practice with this and it's going to be easier in the rest, because every system we check, we have the anatomical review. And during the anatomical review, I try to use the Latin, the social terminology and the medical terminology in these diagrams, I mean. When you read an article, when they talk about these topics, these specific ways of expressions, they can use any one of them, Latin, social, or medical terminology, in order to get complicated. Yeah, that's the way I understand them.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to check again all the anatomy parts.
Yes, check please. I'm sending you the pool in order to get your assistance. Okay, Rochelle?
Okay.
Okay, can you watch this?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I got your assistance. Yeah. So that's great, Rochelle. Let's wait. Let's keep on working until your classmates come.
Okay.
Because we are not coming at this moment. Yeah. Any other question, maybe?
No, I don't think, doctor. It's all clear. I understand all. I think that I don't have a lot of problems because I already worked with a nurse in USA, so I have an idea.
Perfect. That's great. Yeah. So you got the idea about the medical history and everything, but it's different, the nurse writing than the medical writing.
Yeah.
We are going to use all the module 1 is focused on the general ways of writing down expressions and making the case report. The case report, of course, is the base of the medical history. And we are going to work with this, all of this first, but in the
Okay.
model 2, then we are going to write down more, use more abbreviations. It's interesting. But you got the general idea, and that's it. Easy for working.
Yeah.
Yes, it's different than in Spanish, right?
It's totally different, but yeah, we can do it.
Yes.
You are working here
It's
in
possible
La Paz?
to make. Yeah.
Oh.
I was working, well, I studied in another country, in Cuba, but I'm living here long ago, yeah.
But you are Bolivian.
Yes, I'm Bolivian.
Oh, you
I
studied
got a scholarship.
Oh,
I got
wow.
a scholarship. I made the medical school and then came back.
Oh,
And in Cuba, one of your topics is the medical English. You have to take the course. It's one of your topics during the whole career. So you have to consider to practice and approve that lesson, because if you don't pass that class, you are not going to be graduated as a doctor. You have to get the idea of the medical English. So that's a very good point for the Cuban medical school.
Yeah, it's nice. I wanted to study in Mexico, and in all the career you have to do also in English some materias. I don't know how to say it. Hello. Hello.
I can listen to you.
Yeah, now I yeah. So some subjects in Mexico you have to do also in now I can see you, but I can listen to you.
It's like, now can you listen to me?
Yeah, I can now.
It's running crazy.
Yeah, I know. Work with internet is really, really crazy.
Yes. Here in La Paz, I had the opportunity of working with tourists. It's very, very funny to work with in that kind of clinics and hospitals that are just for foreigners, for tourists, for travelers. Because they can tell you a crazy history every moment, and it's not easy.
Yeah. I don't most of them they're exaggerate all.
Yeah.
Because I was working also with kids, and oh my god, when I was working in United States, I worked with kids with special needs, so they love to make all a history when he had a headache or something like that.
Yes, they change the answers all the time, right?
Yeah.
They change when you try to get in an order. They said, but I didn't say that.
Yeah.
And they, what? You have to understand me. What understand you? Please tell me the truth. Just once at least.
Yeah, it's difficult when they are when they have autism. It's worse.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, I had a lot of kids with autism, so They love to make a history when
Please,
they something.
When you talk about autism or that special situations,
Yeah,
it's not easy.
yeah.
Even hyperactivity is not easy.
Mm-hmm.
Hyperactivity is so hard to understand how they get enough energy for doing that kind of situations.
Yes, it's I suffer a lot when it was my first month, but the next month I understand, and I think that I did my work better because I had the opportunity to work with a lot of kids with autism and also kids with quadriplegic kids.
Yeah.
It was really nice. Here it's really difficult that a lot of doctors didn't know about these situations in La Paz because I was working with doctor in surgeries, and I told him all the history about this, and he told me, "Oh my God, we didn't see this kind of kids here because when parents have kids with something like autism or Down, they prefer to being home." Mm-hmm.
Yes, to stay home and leave all the consequences by their own. And that's not correct, not for kids.
Yes.
I had, in the last hospital I was working, I had a patient, an autism kid, that the only doctor who could talk to him was me. I don't know why, but that kid was so close to me. And it's very interesting because I'm not a pediatric. I don't like pets. It's not for me working with kids. But that kid was going and hugging me and sharing and trying to watch me. And I said, why? It's supposed that autism, they don't see you. But that guy was trying to look at me, and I said, okay, that's good for me.
Yeah.
Doctor, what can I do? Relax, relax, don't worry, relax. And it's easy when you receive that kind of contact, but when it's the first time, you said, what's happening? What can I do? And the mother was so surprised because she was telling everybody that that guy never had that kind of behavior. And I said, what happened? Why me? I don't work with kids. What happened? Why? Why it happens? I
was working there. I had a lot of friends that also work with me, and I don't know what happened, but more of the kids with autism didn't like to be with them, only with me. So that was, I had the opportunity only work 2 months with kids with autism because most of them didn't like when someone was looking, then they start to scream, Rachel, he's looking me, or start to crying, and it was really crazy.
Yes. Then I remember I had a patient, a little boy too. Well, he was a 2-year-old boy that was addicted to the cell phone.
Wow.
And I remember that the father was touching the baby, using a blanket covering all the face and the head. And he was asking everybody to hide the cell phones. Please don't let my kid to see your cell phone because you don't want to see that moment. And everybody made as well. Everything's happening. We did that. The guy was with flu. It needed the attention, of course, was with fever. But one nurse didn't hear the situation. And she was chatting, normal as everybody when has time. The father took out the blanket and the boy checked the cell phone. You cannot imagine the situation. It was, when you see a kid in autism in a crisis, it's not easy to control, right? That baby was the same situation, the same difficult way of controlling him. And we said, okay, Dad, tell us the truth. What's happening? Why your kid is acting like this? You didn't say he had a neurological situation. And he said, no, he's addict. to cell phone. I made that mistake. I made that mistake with my kid. Please help me and look for a place when he can make all the mess he needs, and then he's going to go down.
Oh
and we said, okay, let's go to a consulting room that now is free. But that crisis was lasting around 1 hour. Well, with screams, crying, it was not easy to control him.
Oh my!
We were checking the clinical history, and the treatment in that crisis was to use diazepam. That was all.
Yeah.
That's the situation. And we said, okay, time to sleep for your baby. Catch him, that's all. We used the shot of diazepam, and then we could control the crisis, but the baby didn't sleep. It was a very, very difficult situation.
Oh my God.
And I was talking to my nurse, and I told him, did you see a guy with autism? No. Okay, it's the same like this. Don't be scared, don't be nervous, it's the same. Exactly the same. And I said, oh, okay.
Yeah, because when a kid starts their crisis, when we have a kid with autism, it's really crazy, because I had one that starts to punch me and starts to put his hands or her hands in her mouth, and starts to, I don't know how to say, lastimarse a uno mismo. Hello. Hello, doctor. Can you listen to me? I think that someone is in the class now.
Hi. Hi, can you listen to me?
Yes.
Okay, now can you listen to me?
Yeah, I can listen now, teacher.
Yes, no, it's my cell phone. I get into my cell phone too, but it's running crazy.
Yeah, the internet at this hour, it's really crazy, I think.
Yes, it's making that mistake, and it didn't happen long ago, yeah. But
no,
well, it's my connection, I mean, at this moment.
Yeah.
Well, here from my house, we work at this moment, we are two, my sister and I are teaching.
Oh.
She's in her computer now, and maybe that's the situation.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but patience, that's all. So, Rachel, that was nice to talk to you. So, see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
See you
tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Angelica.
Hi.
Hi, Angelica. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you, Doc?
Fine. We are going well. We are going ahead. Yeah, with our workshop tonight. Okay. Did you check the slides from yesterday?
Yes, I check. I have some questions.
Perfect. Let me share the presentation.
Okay.
Okay. Tell me your questions, please.
Okay. My first question is how I pronounce mentis.
Mentis. Let me open this. This one?
Yes.
No, mentis, the same way.
Mentis, and the medical term.
The chin, then mental. Mental. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Chin. The chin is the most common expression, even for medical terminology. When you read an article about it, you're not going to see mental. You're going to see mentis or chin. Mental is not very common.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is, what means dextra?
Dextra, where is this? I'm sorry. Which
In
slide is that?
the artery, bronchocephalic
okay.
destra vein.
Dextra is right.
Okay.
Here, right? No, it's not here.
In the other one.
Here could be.
Yes.
Yes, dextra, this one, right? The pointed one.
Oh, okay, thank you.
It's bigger. This one, right?
Yes.
Dextra, this is in Latin. Dextra is right. The right one, the right side.
Okay. Thank you. And my last question is how I say vesicular-biliar.
Gallbladder.
Gallbladder.
Yes, it's here. Let me open this. It's not a clear picture, I know, but it's possible to read. Gallbladder.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. That's all my questions, Doc.
Yes, at this moment, yeah. No more questions. Perfect. So let me ask you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yesterday we were talking about some concepts, some expressions, right?
Okay.
Did you get the idea? Did you understand the correct meaning of these definitions? I mean, it's important because when you talk with patients or you read some articles in English, you see the difference between illness and disease in the text. But you have to get the correct idea for making the correct interpretation. Did you understand the meanings of this? Is clear at this moment?
Yes, I remember that illness is a specific disease, not a chronic disease. A chronic disease. Disease is for chronic pathologies. So yes, I think that point makes it different for me.
Yeah. Okay. For example, if I ask you about a specific situation, how could you explain me a pneumonia? Is this an illness or a disease? And why?
Illness, because pneumonia have a treatment.
Yeah, have a treatment. Usually there is no consequences, right? Yes. But for example, if the pneumonia gets complicated and then you got the consequences, I don't know, any consequence of this.
Will be a disease.
Illness. Yes, an illness could go across and get like an act as a disease, considering the time that is lasting, the treatment. Sometimes the first line of treatment with pills is not working and then get worse and you need to go to the hospital, take oxygen, use more devices. And it's not an illness because it's not easy. It's not as acute as we were thinking on. And it gets like a disease and usually with consequences, right?
Yes, and COVID would be a illness, no?
Yes, an illness at the beginning of the situation. Okay. But with the COVID, if you get a consequence that leaves you with low pulmonary functions, with a diminution, with a dysfunction in the respiratory system, or in any system, in immunological system, and anything of that, then it's a disease.
Oh, okay.
It depends on the result. For example, when you receive some medication, immunomodulators, for example, for treating illnesses, sometimes the treatment can get into disease with another system, right? So it's a very dynamic definition that can change depending on the situation, the specific situation.
Oh, okay. Okay. I get it.
Okay, perfect. Moreover, when we talk about this, it's real. These expressions are real. I had patients that were expressing that way. And when we're in the consulting room, they said, I feel sick. Okay, what do you mean with sick? You're the doctor, you understand me. Yes, I understand you are not okay, but let me, what do you mean when you tell me you feel sick? Do you feel what? What hurts? Where's the pain? Oh, I understand you now. Yeah, so this expression is real. So you have to understand. Commonly, we can use these meanings, but we have to try to get the point. You have to practice about this.
Yes.
They are very common. Very common. I was sick this morning. Okay, this morning, but now, no, now I'm worse. Okay, now you are still sick. Yes. It's very funny.
Yes.
About recovery and these definitions, everything's okay?
Yes.
Perfect. These expressions with the verb get over, better or worse, easy, right? Relapse and remission, just reading and practicing. That's an information question, but it's important to understand the movement of the people through the time for going to the illness or wellness continuum line, and then understand how the patient and the risk they get because of the lifestyle. That's the objective of this, no more. The parts of the body, well, we have here the most complete expression, I mean.
Yes.
And with this picture, we have the social English, the common one, because that's the way that patients are going to talk to us. It's like a resume from this slide. So it's better, it's easier to work with this, because it could be a little confusing in a moment, but when you go to this, you can organize again the idea and continue. It's helpful, okay? Check, study, read both of them, and it's easier to work, okay?
Okay.
About this, I think there's no problem, right? With the expressions, because very common is to make. About the radiation of pain, this is an example while starting. And well, this is a clear way of talking for not being offensive with some kind of patients, talking about the back passages specifically, because they feel offended. They said, you are offending me, I feel offensive. The expression, and you said, why? It's normal. In Spanish, it's normal to talk about the anus and the rectum. But for example, black people, the black community, if you talk to the anus and the rectum, they feel offensive. And you have to use the back passage as an expression. And you said, why? It's normal. And they said, no, it's not for me. And patients, they are different, that's all. Or the synonyms, the bowel and intestine, because we use this in many descriptions that when we get to the digestive system, we are talking about it. This, check the slides, please, study with them, because I'm going to use them for homework. Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, easy to make. Yeah, easy to make, but it takes time. Yeah. And about this slide, there's no trouble.
No trouble.
Perfect. So that's okay. Pronunciation, there's no trouble. Okay.
One question about the noun of it's pronounced faces or
Feces.
feces. Okay,
Feces.
feces.
When we were preparing the slides, we had a British book and American book. And are many expressions that I written down in British and in American expression, I mean, for catching the differences, but usually the difference is just one vowel and there is no problem. I'm going to show you through the course, okay?
Okay.
This is feces or stools, past feces, past stools.
Okay.
Many patients from other countries don't like to use feces or stools. They said it's offensive to their culture, and you have to use defecation. and you said, what happened to you? Yeah. They say it's respect. You don't have to be offensive to be. I'm not being offensive. It's clear. It's just a word, but it's not the same for them. Okay. Patience. That's all.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. Any question maybe until this moment?
No.
Okay, perfect. Everything is clear.
Yes, really clear.
Yeah. About this, sickness or illness are the same. Did you get the idea of this? Because sometimes patients use these terms as if we're the same, but they are not the same. Sickness you solve by yourself. There's no trouble with that. You don't look for help. An illness, you go for help. But during the literature from Europe and that ways that writing down the books, they make the mess talking the trouble sickness, the sleeping sickness, right? Actually, we say sleeping disorders, not a sleeping sickness. But in books you are going to read still, or patients are going to tell you in that way. So we have to be clear on this.
Okay.
It depends on the time, on the moment the article or the book was done for checking these ways of expression, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so let me stop. Let me send you the poll for the sentence of today. And then you feel it, okay, Angelica?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, can you watch this?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Okay. It's done.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. The resistance is done. So we are on time. Yes, yeah. So I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we have
See you tomorrow, Doc.
Okay,
have
see
a
you. Nice
good
to see
day.
you. Okay, take
Bye.
care. Bye. Bye-bye. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, Miss. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Fine, and you?
Fine too. Working here in the workshop. Yeah, we're on time. Yeah. Okay, did you check the slides from yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Perfect. Any question you have, something you would like to check again?
The difference between illness, disease, and sickness. I think illness is something acute and disease is chronic, right?
Yes. Perfect.
But which is the main difference?
Okay. The main difference is that when you get an infection, for example, a gastroenteritis, you go to the hospital, ask for help because your body is not answering the way you expect. And you take some lab tests, you get your diagnosis and start your treatment, right?
Yes.
When you take your treatment, you get recovered in not a long time. There's no consequences, everything's okay. And of course, while finishing the treatment, you are you are without any symptom, anything, any consequence, right? With a disease, something is wrong, is working wrong in your body. Something, the function is not okay. In a diabetes, for example, you know, it's a chronic situation when your metabolism is changing. You cannot work with the glucose, and there's no way of recovering from that situation, right? You need treatment to control the situation, not to cure. Not a cure. There is no cure for diabetes at this moment, right? All of your life change in the physiological and psychological. The physiological and psychological dysfunction is general. Everything is going to change into your lifestyle in order to control the disease. Okay?
Okay, so an illness can be treated and the patient will be okay, like 100% okay, but the disease is going to last a very long period of time.
Yes. Well, more than a very long period of time, the rest of your life, you're going to live with the disease.
Okay.
And of course, you are going to suffer the consequences of the disease. That's why your lifestyle must change from that diagnosis. Moreover, with that disease, you need specific studies to get the correct diagnosis and the correct treatment, right? It's not a general view or the most common studies you make. You have to take special studies, I mean, from specialists, or maybe a long period of working with labs, with imaging tests, I mean, in order to get the diagnosis and then understand that it's a chronic situation.
Okay, yes, now it's clear. And sickness is, we can refer to symptoms like vomiting and nausea, right?
Yes, it's a way of expression that a sickness is that situation when you don't go to the doctor or to the hospital asking for help or lab studies. I mean, when you get a common flu, and you know it's a common flu, you don't go to the hospital for making some blood tests, a sample blood test or something like that, or an urine test, nothing like that. You know, it's a flu, and taking some water, tea, lemon, C vitamin, keeping warm, you're going to be okay in a week around, right?
Yes.
Your body is going to solve the situation by itself. You don't need more medication because you know it's going to be, it's going to pass away alone, right? A sickness you can treat by yourself and there's no consequences.
Okay.
In the expressions we have to study, we have to consider that many patients used to mix the meaning of sickness and illness. They consider that they are the same, but it's a patient's confusion, okay? And you have to understand that sickness in general could be for nausea and vomiting because patients consider that feeling unwell, it's nausea and vomiting. But this is the patient. Usually it happens when you go from the sea level, for example, to the altitude, you feel nausea and last vomiting a few days, and then it happens until your body gets used to the altitude, right? It could happen. Or when you eat something, it's not okay. You can say, I feel sick because something that was not good in the while eating is not dangerous, but it's hurting your body, and then you get it with nausea and vomiting, and that's okay. You correct it, and that's all. Patients could confuse. Moreover, depending on the literature you use, sickness could be used with the specific diseases. It's a confusion, it's a mess that we have to get clear at this moment, because we have to talk about the travel sickness that we know it happens when you go to another country that is far away from yours. The epidemiological chart is different from yours, and then you get sick with everything. For example, the traveler diarrhea, the travel gastroenteritis is a travel sickness. It's a travel sickness. patient says, I have the travel sickness. We have to get the idea when he's coming from, and then understand that could be the travel gastroenteritis. Now, well, in many books and articles that are older, we can see sleeping sickness, but actually we describe them as sleeping disorders. It's not the same, right? So
Yes.
it's just for understanding the sickness could be used in many ways, many ways. So just for information, but it's important to consider this. That's why I was saying that sickness and illness are almost the same, because patients refer sickness as symptoms, not as a specific situation. In literature, we found as a specific situation, and patients confuse nausea and vomiting and say sickness for everything. I don't know if it's clear now at this moment.
Yes, now it's clear.
Okay, any other question maybe?
Maybe about when can I use the word I think it was a recession? No, when a patient has cancer.
Okay, the remission.
Remission, yes.
Yes.
This I can only use remission with cancer, or we can use this word with another disease.
Yeah, you can use it with many diseases that are taking a long treatment, or for example, when you got a palsy of an extremity on a limb, doesn't matter the situation, and you get on treatment a long time, physiotherapy, exercises, working a lot for moving again, and then you get that movement, you work by your own, you can say that it's a remission too. You get recovered from the situation, you made treatment and get in remission of the consequences.
Okay.
Cancer is a very easy example. That's why we use this. For example, well, the improvement when you finish the treatment, as I was telling you, and you complete this, and there's nothing about the disease, nothing that shows you that there is still a situation, that's a remission. But you have to consider the period of time you are working on. Recover, you get recovered from a flu, a gastroenteritis, a pneumonia, an acute infection that could be treated easily and there's no consequences. When you treat the consequences, you can talk about a remission, a complete remission, because there's nothing about the situation, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, now it's clear.
Any other? It's better or easy to understand now, yeah.
Yeah, now it's better. I think that was it.
Okay. About this verb get over, better, and worse, easy, right? It's understood.
Yes.
Perfect. This illness and wellness continuum is just how we have to understand it's possible to in a not situation because of the changing of time of period depending on the lifestyle. That's all. It's a very common concept we get in the American and British books when we start reading medicine, the general parts. They talk about a lot of this illness, wellness continuum. Considering the illness and wellness continuum, we understand it. Yeah. This
Yes,
slide.
Sorry, and in good health, what does it mean, minimal nerve interference? So like
minimal here, right?
Yes, in good health.
Good health, regular, good, minimal nerve. Okay. regular exercise, good nutrition, wellness education, minimal nerve interference. How can I express that? When you are not stressed, I mean, when you don't have any trouble, you are relaxed, but there is a specific situation, for example, the university, then you have too much work to do, but that's not enough for making you in a stressful lifestyle. Just get you in alert to organize again and work again about it. It could be.
Okay.
Yeah, in the psychological sphere, could be said, you can handle this and work with this without feeling wrong, without getting in an illness, without getting stressed out, or of course not in a burnout. Okay.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And did you check the parts of the body?
Yes, I did.
It's important. Okay, this is the most complete I found that we could read in the slide. Please check this, the Latin, the social and the medical terminology expressions. This is just social expressions, how patients refer to you. And it's easy to work having it in difference because it helps you to catch the idea about these expressions in black and words are the most important parts to refresh. And the radiation of pain, the verbs that usually the patients use. Just as an example, these expressions when speaking to patients, we have to consider them a lot for not being offensive, okay?
Okay.
It's important. If you had the opportunity to work with the Black community patients, you're going to see that they feel so offended if you use anus or rectum during the speech. You have to talk about the back passage, for example.
Okay.
Or the Middle East, or from Asia, for example, they feel offensive too, and they said it's not an expression that respects my culture. And you said, okay, I understand you. Patience, yeah.
Okay.
It's interesting. Okay, I'm sending you the poll for the assistance, okay? Can you watch this?
Okay. Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, Miss, done.
Perfect, thank you so much. Yes, it's done. Your assistance is done. Any other question maybe? That's okay, I think, right?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Well, let's stay until your classmate comes. Everybody
Okay.
knows the time. That's why I sent the list with an hour. Yeah.
Yes.
About this, I mean, it's clear, right? I think it's not a confusion at this moment. The anatomical references, please check them. There's no trouble for me if you want to talk in Spanish, in the medical terminology or social terminology. At this moment, of course, with the inner organs, we are going to talk in medical terminology. But
Okay.
you're going to find some of them in Latin too. There's no trouble if you work in Latin. That's okay. While
Okay, and
reading
when you
articles.
sorry,
Yeah.
and when you
No,
work
don't-
in a U.S. hospital, you have to say the Latin terms or the medical terms.
There's no difference. You can use any of them.
Okay.
There's no problem. If you use Latin terms, it could be so specific situations. For example, let me show you the extra or no, well, specific details. I mean, you can see this. It is in Latin. Subclavia sinistra, for example. Sinistra is left, right?
Yes.
brachycephalica dextra is right. So there's no trouble. No problem if you work in English or in Spanish or in Latin or in medical terminology. It's better if you use the medical terminology for using the same language for everybody, but you can find someone who would like to use Latin. You have to understand why they make this mess, because all of their books are in Latin and in medical terminology. They use both ways of expressions without any difference. Of course, when you read some articles in English, you can find Latin expressions talking about medical references, anatomical references, I mean. They consider it's an elegant way of talking, but it's not. Yeah. When you said it's a mess, it's not elegant, it's a mess. Yeah. You just have to do it. Well, said, okay, patience. Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Going ahead. Just check the anatomical references. While sending homework, it's not going to be so hard, but there is no trouble for me on the way of feeling the labeling the structures, for example. No trouble for me. Then we have here more vocabulary, and that's all. The 5 senses. And these functions. Everything is clear here?
I want to know the pronunciation of the synonym of urination, the other word.
Micturition.
Micturition.
Yes. Urinate and micturate.
Micturate. Okay.
Yes. For example, micturation and micturate you use while writing down the case report, for example. Urination could be the way that the patient expressed to you or the way you talk to a colleague in order to get in context and not missing or getting a confusion in the way of talking, but there's no more detail about it.
Okay.
Well,
yes,
about step, I think everything's okay at this moment.
Yes.
Right, yeah. Well, patience. If there's no more questions, now is your choice if you want to go or stay. Yeah.
Who's next?
Is Melissa Masuelos.
I don't know her.
Yes. I'm going to wait for her. At this moment, nobody told me that was not possible to come. Just a friend, classmate that is working, but she has 1 hour more to get into the class. So I hope she can get into, so no one else. Melissa didn't say anything.
You know when are we going to finish the classes? It's going to be on February, I think.
The first week of March.
Oh, the first week of March.
Yes, we have few holidays in January and February. That's why I think the schedule is moving a little bit. I have to talk very clear with the academical superior about this in order to correct the documentation, the tests, the dates of everything. But if we don't move and we agree to work during holidays, that would be the best for everybody. I think we are going to finish March 2nd or 3rd, I'm not sure, but no more than that. If we move the days, we are going to finish March 6th.
Okay.
Yes, there's no more. We have eight theoretical classes and 8 workshops. That's why it's a short course from each module. And it's a lot of information that we must practice. That's why self-studying is important. Self-reading, making homework, trying to be present, And the participation is a plus in order to help to improve scores when it's necessary.
Yes, and when we finish the course, they are going to give us a certificate, right?
Yes, a certification that you finished, you participate and approve, or just a participation, I think. I'm not sure about that part.
Okay.
But the last group I was teaching, I had 4 students that didn't approve. But while talking, getting in conversation about it, they were asking for the participation certificate. But I'm not sure if the institution sent them that option. Because it's a course, it has a principal objective. And I know medical English, it's not a piece of cake. We are going to see general views of everything, and the general views could not be enough. And time is not enough for doing all of the material that I would like to do. For example, writing down the medical history, I would like to take more time for practicing that, but that's no way for doing this. We can use by homework. Making the case report is the hardest part because it's another way of organizing ideas. It's different, very different from Spanish. And organizing ideas is not easy at the beginning. If you get the correct way of writing down the case report, the rest of the history is easier to make. That's why we are going to start working on this tomorrow, I think. And during the whole module 1, we're going to work just on the case report. I'm going to send you some tips, some practice, some ways of expressions for doing it correctly, but I hope it could be enough.
Okay, yes, that will be helpful. I think this year, on my 3rd year, I will learn to do the clinic reports.
Yes,
because I don't know how to do it yet.
Yeah, no, don't worry. First of all, in Spanish is very funny to do this, yeah, because you express everything that the patients tell you. The whole idea as the patient says, you have to write down them as the patient said, right?
Yes.
In English, it's a huge mistake to do that. You don't have to do this.
Okay.
In English, you use just medical terminology with abbreviations. You don't have to get complicated explaining the idea of the patient. You don't have to go and mix the history. You have to go to the point. You have to use specific ways in a specific order, and that's all. In Spanish,
so it's different.
Very different. In Spanish, it's easier because you write down what the patient said. In English, you have to translate into medical terminology with the correct terminology, and then make it understandable for your colleagues or your superiors. If the superior doesn't understand, it doesn't work.
That seems hard.
Yeah, it's harder. At the beginning, it's harder, but when you get the practice about, well, we have a class when we talk about symptoms and signs. It's not too long because we make a lot on that presentation, but we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lists of symptoms. It's a lot of information you have to memorize. Practice and memorize, because from that information you can translate the information that the patient is giving to you. And in that way, it's going to be homework. For example, I give you expression of patients, and you have to get the correct translation of the symptoms. It's practice. Just practice and practice and practice and reading, and that's all.
And there's any book that you recommend for us to start getting familiar with medical English?
At this moment, no. When it gets the moment, I'm going to send to the group, and you're going to check it. It's for grammar expressions specifically, and it's going to be so useful. There are ways of writing down, polite ways of referring patients, writing down letters to your superior, to your supervisors, for example. It's a nice book. I liked it. But we are going to use it the moment that it would be important. At this moment, no, it's going to confuse you.
Okay.
Yes. When I was at the medical school in Cuba, we had a class that was, of course, for everybody. That was the medical English. You take this class 5 years. Try to resume 5 years in 2 months. It's not possible to make it.
Yes.
So try to take the most important topics, yeah. Get interesting slides, organize them the way that you can and your students would understand, and do a lot of homework. That's the only way we have. Yeah, that's okay. We're going to go ahead. Don't worry. Nobody must worry about this.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay. You told me yesterday you are in your 3rd year, right?
Yes.
Yes. Which university you are studying?
San Simon University.
Uy, it's hard. It's a good university.
Yes.
It's hard, but that's great. The San Simon, yeah, they're powerful. Just the name, it's powerful. But that's great. Go ahead. And that's a good moment to take this course, I think. We are going to check more information in English from this moment in order to understand pathologies and getting practice. It's going to be useful for you.
Yes, because many of the articles that we have to use to study are in English. And when you want to translate in Google, the meaning is not the same. Like you don't get the whole idea.
Yes, or you get a wrong idea.
Yes.
Not just incomplete, you get a wrong idea and you said, Google, light me here. Yes, that's true. With the medical references, with the medical terminology, are lots of dictionaries in English, just in English. But when you read them, you need another dictionary to understand. Then it's not easy. And you said, why me?
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. Well, Natalie, Melissa didn't come. Yeah, absence anyway. Oh, patients, go and study. Please check the anatomical references because I'm going to send homework about this. And see you tomorrow. Okay.
See you tomorrow, Doc. Bye.
Okay, bye. Have a nice night. Oh, sí. Oh, sí. Anda a cenar, hijo. Necesito celular un cacho. Y anda a ver. Oh, Well, until this moment, I was talking to Natalie Irigoyen. Natalie is in the third year of the career. She's a nice girl, I think. But I'm going to this point. Yesterday I sent the schedule and I didn't receive any answer about which one was coming or not. Melissa Masuelos was supposed to be at 9. She's not here. And I had another student that I'm expecting for him, Ronald. Where is that? I lost. Okay, Ronald Nestor Santos. He was supposed to come here at this moment. He's still on time. I'm going to expect. Maybe he's coming, okay? Then I'm going to expect for Pamela Sarabia, and ahead. Melissa is with absence. Ronald Nestor still has enough time to get into the class. So I'm going to organize my sketch. I need to get the hour of everything on my list. And I'm going to move it again if they don't come and don't give any answer about this. Let's see. But it's not fair to stay until 11:30. Well, let's expect. Let's wait for Ronald. He has 10 minutes more, and that's no trouble. Yesterday he was not present. Maybe he had a problem, who knows? But there's no trouble for me. There is no problem for me. I'm not going to run crazy because of this. I'm going to start. Well, I'm going to expect my students. Tres, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's okay. Let's wait for Ronald Nestor. Oh, he might. Maybe he's not coming. Well, who knows? Let's wait. Just wait a little bit more. Without sound. Well, I'm still waiting. Ronald, yeah. Ronald Santos. Ronald Nestor Santos. Patience. I hope he can come. He can come. It sounds strange. But patience. Well, there's almost 21 and 30. There's no Ronald Santos. Well, absence. I hope Pamela can come into the class, into the workshop, I mean, because she is on shift. She was telling me she was on duty at the hospital, and I understand. But well, I was asking for telling me that. Yes, Pamela is here. Hi, Pamela. Hi, Pamela. We can start now if you want. Your classmate didn't come. Pamela. Well, let me send her a message.
Hello, Miss.
Hi, how are
Good
you?
night.
Good night.
Night.
You were telling me that you are on duty at the hospital? Are you still working?
Yes. Bueno, my name is Pamela Sarabia Cruz. I am medical specialist in gynecology and obstetrician with
Thank
a
you.
subspecialty in reproduction biology.
Wow, perfect.
Currently working at the Oruro, Korea, in
Wow,
the
so
city
busy, I mean.
Oruro.
Yeah. Yeah, with lots of patients.
Yes.
I mean. Yeah, I understand it's not easy while being on shift and taking a class. And this kind of workshop, I mean, it's very practical, and well, it's important to be present, right?
Bueno, in the present, estuve revisando lo que es las partes del cuerpo. Después todo lo que es el vocabulario de la enfermedad. Y
Perfect.
bueno, sí, no está tan complicado.
Yes, now it's a general view of this first class, a general sight of everything we are going to watch during the course, but it's a general information. I mean, it's not going to be a mess for confusing or taking more time that would be necessary for practicing. Okay?
Exactly. Yes,
so that's a good point. And the way you're telling me you're a specialist, of course, we are going to use your medical criteria for correcting some ideas. And in order, I was telling yesterday, we are practicing the expressions and getting and catching more vocabulary in order to medical terminology, ways of writing, ways of talking. No, I don't consider too much medical information so theoretical, because we passed the med school, right?
Right.
And that's important. That's why during the whole course, I'm going to show, as yesterday, expressions, verbs, ways of writing down. We are going to start tomorrow writing down the case report, that it's important to get the difference from English to Spanish. They are not the same in any point of view. But it's easy to make when you practice this. And I really appreciate that you are on shift at this moment, you're on ward, working, and get into the workshop.
Yes. Pues, ¿qué le podría decir?
Don't worry. If you prefer to talk in Spanish at this moment, that's okay for me. And if you don't understand me, let me know to talk slower, maybe. There's no problem, okay?
Yes.
Okay, don't worry. I'm going to talk slower, so. You told me you were checking the slides, right? Any question about pronunciation, maybe?
Other funciones, función, verbs, noun, speaking, walking, breaking, respiration,
the
urination,
urination,
micturium,
micturition,
nicturition, defecation,
defecation,
menstruación, defecation, y menstruation.
Menstruation. Yeah. Perfect.
Verbs: speak, walk, in, breathe, take, break, in
Take a breath.
exhale.
This is a tip
Exhale.
of pronunciation. When you see a T and an H, you pronounce like a D. Take a breath.
Take a break.
Yeah, a breath. Breath like,
Breath.
yes, when you like a close D. Breath.
Breath.
Yeah. Breathe in, take a breath in, or exhale, breathe out.
Exhale. Breathe out.
Yeah.
Breath. Pass urine. Pass water.
Yeah.
Past face.
Past
Past
feces.
stools.
Yeah, this is feces.
Feces.
Past feces. And past stools.
Past stools.
Yeah.
Y de menstruation, pues, menstruate, have a period.
Yeah. Has a period, okay. With the noun.
Noun, speech.
Yeah.
Gate, step.
Yes, the step. It's
Breath,
an open E. A step. The breath.
Breath. Yeah. Urine.
Yeah.
It's
the same. Feces.
Feces. Stools.
Yeah. Stools, like a U. Stools.
Stools. Stools.
Yes.
Menstrual. Y monthly period.
Perfect. That's okay. This, I think next class, I have a chart with tips of pronunciation and grammar. It's gonna be so helpful for practicing during the whole course, okay?
Perfect.
Okay. Here we have more vocabulary for practicing. You are hungry, right?
Hungry.
You're in a restaurant.
You are hungry, you are in the restaurant, and the white brings your food. You smell?
Your food. Okay. Smell.
Smell.
When you see one E, you pronounce it like an E, like in Spanish, smell.
Yeah.
When you have two E's, E and E, they are pronounced like an Latin E.
Smell.
I think we can write down this. Yes, this is a grammar and one E like this word, like this one. The pronunciation is like an M, like in Spanish, okay?
Right.
When you have two E's, pronounce them like an E, like a Latin E, right? It's similar with the vowel O. When you have an O, you say O, right? When you have O, swallow, for example, second vowel or the word that is following, you said O. When you have two O's, like in the other chart, you can see here this stools, like a
stools.
U, stools, like as if it were a U, or maybe in an exception. The exception is this word, blood.
Blood. Blood.
This is sangre, right?
Sí.
But you don't say
Blood.
blood, you say blood, as this were an A, blood. It's an exception in pronunciation. It's this specific word that you don't pronounce like a U, you pronounce like an A. Okay.
Blade. Bloat y blade.
This exception is gonna be so helpful. Yes, for example, when you got these vowels combined, you have to consider how to pronounce them. One, just ow, or depending on the consonant or the next vowel that is following in order to the correct pronunciation. When you have two O's, O and O, for example, in stools, you pronounce them like a U, right? Stool. But the exception of this rule is blood. Blood is sangre in Spanish, but you don't say blood, you say blood as an A, opening the mouth, blood, because blood, it's another word that it's not appropriate. The blood is the word that we are going to use, okay?
Okay.
It's just a tip at this moment. For example, you take a bite of food, you see, you have two O's, you use the U, the food, it tastes good, again, 2 O's, and you pronounce them as a U. That's all. You eat more, but then suddenly you taste something unpleasant. You feel nauseous.
You feel nauseous.
But this nauseous, this O is sounding like an O because you have two vowels, the E and the U, that are rounding and changing the pronunciation, of course. For example, you have this, that's great. You have one O, you don't say vomiting, you say vomiting because you have the M that is closing the O and changes the sound. And it's helping. For example, the body functions, it's the body is sounding more than an O than an A. It's because of the consonant is following the O. It's kind of a little bit of mess, but these tips are going to be helpful, I mean, at this moment.
Right.
Okay. You were checking the anatomical references, told me, right? This is one of the most important pictures I show you, because here you have the Latin expression in blackened words, in negritas. You have the social expression. For example, this, in Latin, they said oris. It refers to the oral cavity, or in the oral, in the medical terminology. And with the normal expression, the social English expression, the mouth, the most common one that we listen everybody, everywhere, right? Americans and Britons love to make this mess, and they write down anatomical references in Latin, in medical terminology, and sometimes in the social English terminology. It could be. They use 3 ways of referring to the same idea. That's why we must get the general possibility that we have these expressions and consider that it's not a mess, it's not a mistake if we read in an article an expression in Latin. That's the way that they use in the medical school, the way of teaching, the way of learning, because they consider it's an elegant way of talking and learning. It's not the best for us. In Spanish is easier, but they rather to use this. Actually, you can see more articles at this moment that are using Latin again when talk about medical or anatomical references from inner parts of the body or superficial anatomical reference. Okay. For example, you have the gluteus in Latin, the gluteal in medical terminology, and the buttock in the common English, the social English. the buttock, the body. In social English, we have hand. In Latin,
Hands.
in medical terminology, we could say manual, but social English and many medical terminology, we said hand. It depends on the context we are talking about. This is a mess they love to make. The same situation happens with the inner organs. For example, we have here a picture that I put, no, it's not.
Medicine.
Yeah, no, this is the one. All of this picture, well, most of these structures are in Latin, right? For example, this one, vena brachiocephalica sinistra. Sinistra is in Latin.
Sinistra.
Yes, and vena brachiocephalica dextra. Dextra, this all expression is in Latin. In English, we would say right brachiocephalic vein, and that's all. Easier. It's not the same. We have to go up to this, for example. We had the right brachiocephalic vein, you see, right? The same one, but in English. The other one was in Latin. Or we can see combined these definitions. For example, here, well, it's a piece of cake for you. We have, for example, in English, right ureter, right ureter, that's okay. But in Latin, labium minus or labium majus. Yes, it's in Latin. Both of them are in Latin, and it's mixed with English. So it would happen while checking articles or more anatomical references. Okay, just for information at this moment, it's not an evaluating situation, I mean. Okay. Okay, Pamela, it's time. So let me send you the pool in order to get your assistance. Okay. Well, thank you for coming. I really appreciate it because you are working at this moment.
Okay.
Can you watch the pool?
No.
No? Okay, let me launch it again. Okay. Can you watch this? I sent it again.
Perfect. Good night, Miss. Tomorrow, see you.
Okay, Pamela, I need you to fill the pool because if you don't fill it, the academical superior is considering you as an absence. Okay, thank you so much. Perfect. Okay, it's done. So, see you tomorrow, Pamela. Nice to see you.
Tomorrow. Good night.
Good night. Bye. Hi, Lucia.
Good evening, Miss.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah.
Everything's okay?
I'm having a little problems with my connections. I didn't hear you.
Oops, let me check. Now, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yes. Perfect. Did you check the slides from yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. Do we have to actually memorize because it's a lot of vocabulary, like the body parts and parts of the lung, the bones, and all?
Okay. This is a general view of almost all the systems we are going to study during the whole course. But this chart you have to memorize. Can you watch my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. This one is better for you to study, to check. Of course, in Spanish is easy.
Yeah.
In English, well, you have 3 ways of calling this. And that's a mess because in English, doctors loves to make a mess. You have Latin, medical terminology, and social English terminology, could be said. But we have to practice this. And of course, on homework and the final test, I'm going to ask from this picture.
Okay.
Okay. And about the rest of the anatomical references, check them, get the general idea at this moment. But we are going to talk about them during each system, during this first module, okay? Module 1 is about medical references. Module 2 is about many technical activities, I mean.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Okay. Any question you have about this, about the slides, maybe?
Oh, yesterday I had to read almost the last slide, and I have a little problem with my pronunciation when it comes to the word standing next to urination.
Okay, this one, right?
Urination, yeah, yeah, that one.
Okay, urination. How do you think it could be pronounced? Do
like
it.
yesterday, I tried and I was like micturitation, and I don't think that sounds right.
Yes, micturition.
Ah, micturition. Okay.
Yes, micturition. And now this one, urinate and
micturate.
Yes, perfect. This is a new word, I know, because lots of your classmates were telling me and asking for this. It's a not common word. That's one of the objectives.
But it
to
means
find
the
out.
same in substance.
Yes, it's micción in Spanish.
Oh, okay.
And that's okay. It helps a lot. Yeah, it's just a synonym. About this, how do you pronounce this word?
Feces?
Yes, the feces. Yes, you are the second one to do it. Okay.
Really?
The rest told me what? Yeah. Don't worry, you are here for practicing, and that's okay. Yes, the feces, and which one? What else? What's time? I lost my pointer. Yeah, okay, it appeared. Okay. Any other thing maybe you would like to practice? Right here, I think there is no problem, right?
Yeah, it was a general view, and I actually understood most of the words we saw yesterday, yeah. And I felt kind of...
Okay, perfect. What about the anatomical references? Did you check all of them? Or maybe a reading, a fast reading?
Yeah, I read all of them, and I tried memorizing the first images.
So brave.
And it's easy to like to understand what it's referring to, because we already know the anatomical parts in Spanish, and some of them sound.
Yeah. But sometimes when you see them in Latin, you say, what?
Because for example, brachiocephalic, it's a little long, and it's so different than in Spanish. But otherwise, yeah. I really get what body part are they meaning to show me. But I just need to learn.
For example, when you talk about this diagram, there's no problem, I think. From this, I don't think there's no problem. It's all of this is in English at this moment.
Yeah.
This is in English and this is in Latin.
Yeah, the Latin part is a little different to memorize and pronunciate, and maybe, I don't know, I think I really have to work on it, because I mix, like on the first images, like in the one where we have the whole body, I mix them, like chin, and
actually,
then it's mentis or something like that. I mix.
Actually, you're going to see during the career, while finishing in a PG course, that there is no difference when you talk about anatomical references in Latin or in English. Both are the same for them, for doctors in the United States specifically, and British. There is no problem.
Okay.
It depends on the context and who you are talking at the moment. They consider to talk in Latin is more elegant. That's the only explanation I could find.
Oh, okay.
And the conclusion is they like to make a mess. It could be easier, but they said, no, we are going to make a mess. And then we are going to talk in Latin with medical terminology, and that's all. There is no trouble. So during homework or maybe in the final test, there's no problem for me. It's the structure that you must level is in Latin or medical English. There's no problem for me. Okay. Just the correct writing down, and that's okay.
Okay.
about this describing radiation, did you get any trouble maybe?
Oh,
just as I was telling you, it's just a general view, this first presentation, because we are seeing the general parts of the body, the superficial anatomical references, a big point of view, a big site, and that's all. Big ways of describing, some expressions on some tips in communication. For example, the back passage is a very important expression you must consider if you talk to a foreigner, to a patient, especially in the Black community. Because they consider offensive if you use the word anus or rectum. I don't know why, but they said that it's offensive, and it's better to talk about the back passage.
Okay.
If you talk to Hindi, to Israelitas, it's the same. Don't tell them the anus or rectum, tell them the back passage.
They are very conservative, I think. That's why, maybe. That's
yes.
Because,
they said it's not into my tradition, not talking that way. Okay, so okay, don't worry. Take a deep breath, relax. So the same with these expressions, these kind of verbs that we can use. It's common English, it's social English. It's easy to make, but sometimes we forget it because we got nervous. This picture with the lady is just with the way that the patient is going to refer to as the anatomical part of the body, that it's hurting or something like that. Just for organizing ideas, and don't get mixed with this picture with the guy, okay?
Okay.
If you compare them, the lady is showing us the common expression, the common way of talking, okay? And the guy is the most complete picture I found. That's why it's gonna be so useful, this one. Because you have the idea of the correct way of writing down the words and not making a mistake while talking about it.
Okay.
About this, the verb get over, get better, or get worse. It's important to consider the meaning in order to talk about it. And the concepts, relapsed, remission, recovered, improving, or the opposite, deteriorating, because we use it a lot, right?
Okay.
But it's just an idea, just for information, for practicing. During the course, you are going to see that it's important. This first presentation is this general view. Tomorrow, we're going to start with systems, symptoms, and signs. And you're going to see lots of lists of symptoms and signs that I'm giving you the medical meaning, the medical terminology. Okay. But you have to translate what the patient is telling you and get the correct symptom, for example.
Oh, okay, that's going to be a little difficult. The translation is good.
It's just at the beginning, it's difficult. It's the same in Spanish. The same is in Spanish, but it's practice and reading, that's all. These expressions, I feel sick, I was sick, that's the truth that they said them. And you have to guess, and you have to investigate the meaning, because they have possible answers, possible meanings. You have to say, okay, give me more details about it. This confusion between sickness of illness, or maybe illness, disease, and sickness, if it's not clear at this moment, sometimes it's not easy to understand some articles, some papers that can make the difference indeed the text during the explanation, not in a clear way.
That was very interesting. I didn't know the difference between the three words, and yesterday I learned it, and I was like, oh wow, I've been using the whole terminology wrong when I was when I speak English.
Nah, don't worry, it happens. Usually patients confuse sickness and illness, and they mix the meaning. And you said, okay, let's get in order, because while reading medical information, medical books, you see the difference, and you said, what happened here? Don't confuse me more. That's why it's important to get right. These expressions, ways that talking that are correct, you have to consider in order to make a good speech, right? Or in order to make a good question, with the correct way of asking the situation, I mean. Okay?
Okay.
Any question at this moment? Something you would
Not
like
really.
to practice? That's easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about sickness, it's also used in the names of few specific diseases, right?
Mm-hmm.
For example, the travel sickness. When you have the disadaptation to the attitude, you have the travel sickness.
Mm-hmm.
You come from sea level, you get with nausea, vomiting, headache, loss of breath, and that's symptoms that are not easy. Usually travelers said, I'm with the travel sickness, or maybe the gastroenteritis of the traveler's gastroenteritis, right?
Uh-huh.
They said just travel sickness, and we have to consider that they could be referring to these both situations that are the most common ones. Actually, we don't say sleeping sickness, we say sleeping disorders, right?
Oh,
But
yeah,
in
that's
some
that one.
situations, yes, while talking to patients or maybe other doctors, elderly books or articles, you could find sleeping sickness.
But
The
it's actually
correct
a
term,
disorder. Okay.
yes, the correct way of expression are sleeping disorders. It's not the same.
Mm-hmm.
Just for information, and sickness for travelers, nausea and vomiting are the most common meaning, but of course there are more meanings that they confuse. Yeah. I think that's all at this moment. And check this, the anatomical references, because we are going to work on them. During the course, in order we are going to go system by system. We're going to check the most general parts of the body, not in an extreme detail, because there's not enough time to do this. So
Okay.
let's do our best. Yeah.
I'll try.
Yes, our best and practice. And well, we are here following an objective, I mean, and this objective is gonna work and work great, I think. Yes, let me send you the pool.
Okay.
In order to get your assistance, okay? Can you watch the pool?
Yeah, I can see it right now.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, I send it.
Perfect. Yes, thank you so much. Your assistance
Oh,
is
thank
done.
you.
Okay, any other question maybe?
Not at the moment.
Okay,
Maybe tomorrow. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
No, don't worry. Patience. I'm trying to find a way of making the participation for everybody. But we are 18 students. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Find a way.
I can't.
But that's okay. Okay, Lucia. So see you tomorrow. Have a
Bye.
nice
See you
night.
tomorrow.
Keep on
Have a nice
reading.
evening.
And see you.
Bye bye.
Bye. Bye. Hi, Juliana.
Hi.
Hi, Juliana. Can you listen to me? Juliana. Yes. Juliana, can you listen to me?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, perfect. How are you?
Fine. And you?
How's been your day? Everything's okay?
Yes. Today I guess in travel. So I work in another city, so
Okay.
I on my own city.
Okay, it's not easy.
What?
It's not easy.
Nope. It's like 10 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
So far away.
Yeah. Right. Work is work.
Yes, you have a job and that's enough for being graceful, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you check the slides from yesterday? Did you have enough time? Perfect. Any question you have about them?
Maybe the words.
Yeah.
The sickness, illness, disease.
Okay, the meaning, right? The difference between them.
Yeah.
Yes, it could be a little confusing at the beginning.
Because in my mind it was like they're like the same. But now when you say yesterday, they have different. I was like,
yes, in Spanish, it's easy. You are, well, ¿estás enfermo o no estás enfermo? Right?
Yeah.
In Spanish, it's easy. But in English, while writing down and getting the period of situations, we have to consider that it's different, the expression. For example, sickness is that situation that you can manage, you can treat by yourself. For example, a common flu. I mean, usually when you know that it's a common flu, you don't go to the doctor, don't go to the hospital. You take water, relax, rest, and then it's going to be solved in around a week without any trouble, right?
Yeah, I have the idea that illness is like a flu or something that we can and disease is like diabetes, like something chronic.
Yeah, chronic, that's okay.
You have to have a treatment. And sickness is like when just had symptoms, like you say, like nauseous,
vomiting, something that happens by itself without a consequence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without it, it is usually solved by the body without any consequence, without treatment. It passes away and that's all, right? The sickness, it's easy to make. The illness, on the other hand, it's a situation when your body cannot manage completely the situation by its own. It needs a diagnosis and it needs a treatment for an acute situation. For example, a gastroenteritis. If you don't take the antibiotic, the gastroenteritis is going worse, right? With consequences, with a difficult situation. An illness doesn't need to be admitted into the hospital. It could be treated at home, little changes, you finish the treatment, and usually with the complete treatment, everything's okay, and you go to your normal life without a consequence, right? There is no problem with this. The impact, the consequences are not as important because they are just for a small period of time. It's going to be solved and everything is going to be okay. Okay.
So illness is like you can treat that, or for example, in a health center?
Yes, in a health center, the primary
disease, you have to go to the hospital.
Yes, in a disease, as you were telling at the beginning, it's a chronic situation like diabetes, for example, because something is wrong in your body function. Your body is not working okay. Something is abnormal. You need a treatment to control the situation, but you cannot cure this. Okay? There is not a cure for diabetes, but you have a treatment to control the situation, to live with this, but you don't have to leave the treatment because it has consequences, right? The physiological and psychological impact and dysfunction changes all of your life. You have to change your lifestyle in order to control the chronic situation, right? That's a disease, something that you are not going to correct. And for achieving the diagnosis, for getting the correct diagnosis, you need a specific lab tests, specific evaluations, specialties, maybe, in order to get the correct treatment, the correct evaluation, and the controls, and well, everything in your life changes because of a disease that is not going to change. For example, the Lyme disease, you need corticoids the rest of your life, right? With all of the consequences this medication comes. That's the difference. Sickness at home, illness, you receive treatment, but you make the treatment at home without consequences. And this is, it could be an acute situation, an illness, and a disease, a chronic situation. Okay.
Yep. I guess
now it's clear, right?
Now it's clear, yeah.
Perfect. Talking about this, when you talk about sickness and illness, usually by the patients, it could be confused. They could mix the meaning. That's why we say they are almost the same, because patients refer to sickness as symptoms, not in a specific situation, general symptoms. But it could be a specific situation. A common flu are general symptoms that we get into a concept, and that's all. In literature, we use sickness referring to specific diseases, but it's just a literature that was in the past. But now at this moment, we use it because it's known in that way. For example, the travel sickness could be translated into the gastroenteritis of the traveler, right? The traveler diarrhea is the travel sickness. Or maybe the disadaptation to the attitude is again the travel sickness. We have to be in
nowadays
context.
we don't use like sleeping sickness, travel sickness.
Yes. Nowadays, as a doctors, we don't try to use this because it's a mistake, because it's a very huge concept that we can mix, and that's not correct. Patients use this, but we as a doctors, it's not okay. Yeah. Actually, we say sleeping disorders, not a sleeping sickness. Patients said sleeping sickness, we know. That's why sickness also means nausea and vomiting as a general situation, right? That's all. I think just sleeping sickness, travel sickness are for tradition, maybe. Because at the beginning they were described in that way. But now we know that in order they are diseases, we have to use the correct way of expression. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and when we talk about this, it's very funny because this slide is true, yeah? Patients come and tell you, I feel sick. And you have to catch and guess what the meaning, the possible meaning of that expression.
We have
you
to
can say, okay, you feel sick. Yes, can you describe how do you feel? How you describe your symptoms? And they usually said, I feel sick, you are the doctor, you know what is happening to me. Of course, I don't know, please explain me. That's why, that's the reason at the beginning I was showing you a big list of
answers.
Yes, I send you these questions, right? Possible ways of asking. They're just suggestions, possibilities to do the question. But it's important to consider them, because when a patient tells you, I feel sick, you have to look for what's the meaning of that sick. It's very
like
general.
Illness is sick like disease or what?
Sick like what? Yeah. sick. Well, do you have fever? Are you with nausea? Did you vomit? Did you have any? I don't know. Do you have heart? What hurts?
Yeah.
Something like that. You have to find what's the situation, but that's true when they come with this.
It's like when you, I don't know how to say in English, anamnesis.
Yes. In English, you can say the same, but it's anamnesia.
Anamnesia, okay.
Yeah. Anamnesia, some books describe it as anamnesis, like the same. Anamnesis as the same as you found in another book. There's no problem.
Okay.
About these concepts, recovered, improving, deteriorating, I think they are clear, right?
Yeah, they were clear.
Okay, relapse remission. This is just for information. The illness and wellness continuum is very common in American books to find this expression. The illness and wellness continuum through the line, or not the patient. When the subject in a study was going through the wellness and then through the illness continuum, you said this is a mess. It's just for understanding how you can move your health situation through the time, and that's all. And here you have some explanations for understanding when you get the stress, when you manage the stress, when you work about it. It's nice, I think. Okay. For information, it's okay. About the parts of the body, any question you have, maybe?
Not a question. It's like I know I have to study all of this because
it's a lot of information, right?
yeah, it's a lot. There's some parts of the body that I didn't know.
Yeah.
And, these slides I have to study.
Yes, as I was telling you, this red guy is showing you the homework, the self-study. Yeah. And well, this picture is the most complete I found. When you can see in Latin, in social English. Yeah.
But in English, we use for example, in manus, we just use hand or?
Hand is the most common expression, even in medical terminology. For
but
me, it's
the medical terminology is manus?
Yeah. When you talk with a medical, well, an English doctor or a British doctor, an American doctor, for example, they can give you the anatomical references in Latin or in English.
Okay. So
they are the same for them.
Okay.
They say it's an elegant way to talk in Latin, to use the Latin expressions. That's an elegant way of talking, but we say it's a mess. Why you decide to do this? It's the same. That's why I'm showing you. For example, if you read some articles and you get some anatomical references, they could be written down in English or maybe written down in Latin, and there is no problem. They are the same for them because it's the way that they work during the medical school. So it's very common for them, but not very common for us. That's why we must study as possible as we can, Latin and English.
So it's convenient to study both of them?
Yes.
Latin and in English?
Yes, but just for general information for you, during the test, of course, I'm not going to ask for all of them. I'm going to ask for writing on the correct way, and that's enough for me. If you decide to use Latin or to use in English, there's no problem. Yeah. The idea is to get the correct writing down without grammar mistakes, and that's perfect.
Okay.
But don't be scared if you read a book or you get in touch with an American doctor and he starts talking in Latin. It's common for them. And you said, why you like to do that?
Because
I had a teacher who liked to make it in Latin.
They never use Latin. But yes.
Yes, I had a teacher who liked to do it in Latin. And we said, why Latin, doctor? But it sounds great. Yes, it sounds great, but it's a mess. Yeah. And it's similar to Spanish. So it's a little bit, many small differences, but we have to practice them. With this girl, I'm showing you the way that the patients get the expression of the parts of the body, right? Just the common expressions. Yeah, here we have the medical and the Latin expressions and the common expressions, 3 of them. But here we have the common expressions. So that's a way that we have to consider too. It's for organizing our ideas and don't get in a mistake, don't get in so confused, and it's for confusing. Okay. About this, well, I'm having trouble with it's a social English, of course, with the correct verbs and how we as a doctors ask for the situation, and that's all. I think there is no trouble at this moment. Maybe here, describing the radiation of pain, any maybe doubt? I don't think so, right? In Blacken words are the most common verbs that the patients use, or the most common adverbs or connectors patients actually use for connecting ideas, okay? Moreover, we have the synonyms with some organs in English, just bowel or intestine, that are very common. And you can see the bowel movement, for example, or it's not the intestine movement, no, it's the bowel movement expression. So we have to consider this.
The
okay?
medical expression is bowel movement.
Yes, the correct one. If you said intestine movement, they're going to tell you what? Yeah. What happened? Yeah, because it's not a way that they use.
Okay.
The bowel movement, okay? When speaking to patients, we refer to anus and rectum in Spanish, and there is no trouble, right? But some cultures could feel offended, who could feel it's offensive. For example, the Black community, to use anus and rectum, they consider offensive. I don't know why, but they prefer this expression, the back passage. So we have to take it in account in order to not get in trouble with a patient, right?
But the medical word, so it could be anus or rectum.
Yes, the medical expression could be that between colleagues or, well, I don't know, in that way of talking. But when you are with
the patient is back passage.
With patients, it's better to use back passage. For example, patients from India, from Israel, they don't like to talk about anus and rectum. It's better if you say any trouble in back passage and they understand the idea and then you can work. If they have a specific trouble and then consider it's necessarily, but extremely necessary to go to the specific part, for example, to the anus, they're going to, yes, in my anus I have this, but they are so uncomfortable.
Okay.
It's a cultural situation that we have to consider, right? About the parts of the body, the inner parts, I mean, I send you this picture that is completely in English, right? And you can see almost all of the structures. And I send you this one, but it's in Latin. If you read this, this is in Latin. You're going to see, for example, vena brachiocephalica dextra. It's in Latin, right? Yeah. Another truncus pulmonalis. It's in Latin. The pulmonary trunk or the brachiocephalicus trunk vein, and that's all.
This is doctors in United States or British. They study in Latin.
Yes, they study in Latin, in English. It's the same for them. That's why it's important to catch all of these ideas and practice with them to combine this way of talking, okay?
Yeah.
That's the same. For example, here, no, it's not. We have a picture here. This is when we have in Spanish, in English, for example, the sigmoid colon, the uterus, and we have Latin, labium minus, it's Latin. Labium majus, it's Latin. They are mixing. Can you see this?
Yes.
This one. Labium minus, labium majus, it's Latin. Superior pubic ramus, it's English. Teniacol, it's English. That was the one I found with Latin and English, and that's all. When you go to a translator book, they translate you the same. There is no trouble. Here, everything was in English here. But this is a general view, I mean. We saw a general view of all of the inner organs, general view of the ventral, dorsal, and thoracic cavity. And going into system by system, we are going to get and catch more details that are important. We are not
the
going
other classes we are going to study system by system.
From tomorrow until the 6th class, I mean. Last two classes,
okay.
We are going to talk in the ways of studying, differences between healthcare system in one country to another, scholarships, ways that are important to understand at the moment.
Okay.
But the first classes are important because they are the anatomical references, are the sickness, diseases, are ways of writing down the case report that is important. It's not the same, the case report in Spanish that in English. There are details to consider and ways of expression that are completely different. Some of them get to the opposite way of writing down and you said, what happened? Spanish is very easy because you use the way that the patient is explaining the idea. You say the ideas of the patient, right?
Yes.
In English, you don't express that. You express everything in medical terminology. Everything. If the patient says, I had blurry vision and everything was foggy and something like that, which symptoms you would write down in your medical report, in your case report, I mean. You have to catch the meaning of the patient, what the patient is telling you, and what's the medical terminology they are referring. And you have to write down with the medical terminology in order to avoid mistakes in interpretation.
We have to interpret what patients say.
Yes, you have to translate into the medical terminology. The same as in English and Spanish, I mean. But sometimes it's hard in English because it's not our foreign language, but it's possible to do.
Okay.
Yes, don't worry, it's gonna work. Work so great.
Let's see.
Okay, any other question maybe?
No, I don't think so. I think it's
yes, it was clear, right?
Yeah. For now,
okay.
It's everything clear.
Okay, let me send you the pool in order to catch assistance. Because the classmate that was supposed to come didn't come. Anyway.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, perfect. Perfect, thank you so much.
Okay.
Any question? At this moment, I don't think we don't have more questions, right?
No, it's everything clear.
Yes, keep reading, keep studying, practicing, and if there's any question, please let me know, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Bye, see you
Okay,
tomorrow.
bye, see you tomorrow. Nice to see you, Juliana. See you tomorrow. Well, at this moment, Efren Daniel Lopez Garcia was supposed to come, but he didn't get into the workshop, and I was talking to Juliana more time than was expected, but that's okay. In order he didn't come, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there's no trouble for me. Now we have to expect for Alejandro Martinez. I hope he comes here. If he doesn't come, I'm going to wait for the next student. So give me a minute, please, in order to wait. Hi, Daniel. Can you listen to me?
Hi, Miss. Hi, Doc.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
How are you? Everything's okay?
Sí. Yeah. Sí. Yeah.
Perfect. I lost. Yes, you were supposed to come here almost 15 minutes earlier. Okay, what happened? I'm sorry. Well, don't worry,
Perdóneme.
everything. Okay.
Sorry?
Do you need me to speak slower? Okay. We were supposed to work at 10 and 15 minutes earlier. Okay. We are almost finishing, but let's do something. Did you check the slides from yesterday?
Yes.
Yes. Do you have any question? Something you would like to check these few minutes?
No.
Everything is clear.
So.
So don't worry. Most of your classmates were asking me about these definitions, these concepts that we were talking yesterday. Are they clear for you? The difference. That's okay if you prefer to explain in Spanish at this moment. That's the first workshop, don't worry. For example, when you talk about sickness, what do you mean? What do you understand of this?
When you talk about this?
When you talk about sickness, yes, this is a situation, and a specific situation that you can control by yourself, okay? Like a common flu. Don't need really a treatment, don't need to go to the hospital. It solves by your own without any trouble, okay?
Okay.
It's different from illness.
Illness.
Illness is an acute situation. Then you got an infection, for example, a gastroenteritis, okay?
Okay.
In a gastroenteritis, you need lab test to be sure what kind of infection is that. You need a treatment, but usually when you take the treatment in a few days, you recover completely without any trouble. No, not any consequences, right?
Okay, right.
And your life continues normally as always without any problem, any major situation, okay? When you get a disease, it's a chronic situation when your body is working in a wrong way, I mean. For example, in diabetes, right?
Yeah.
In diabetes, do you have a cure for that?
Pardon?
Do you have a cure for diabetes?
Cure for diabetes. What does it
Yes.
mean, the cure?
A cura. ¿Hay
¿Cura?
alguna cura para la diabetes?
No, tratamiento nada más.
Just treatment, right?
Treatment,
You can control the situation, but you cannot cure this. It's a chronic situation when you really need to get with treatment the rest of your life. You get consequences, you get complications and everything, right? Your lifestyle changes. That's a disease. When everything in life is changing because a situation that you cannot cure, you cannot solve, okay?
Yeah, right.
Understanding this idea, these three concepts, you might understand when you talk to your patients that sickness is referred as a symptom for them, but they don't consider a specific situation, just three symptoms that usually they control by themselves, okay?
Okay.
On the other hand, sickness in literature, because of tradition, is referred to travel sickness or sleeping sickness, right? Travel sickness could be the traveler diarrhea, for example, la diarrea del viajero, right?
Right.
When you go to another part of the world and something is wrong with the body or the weather, you get with diarrhea, or maybe the changing in the weather, you get with the travel sickness. It could be diarrhea, or maybe it could be the attitude disadaptation. When you go to the sea level, to the attitude, you cannot breathe, you feel palsy, you feel dizziness. This is the travel sickness, is the attitude disadaptation, and that's all. That's just for tradition that travelers, the doctors still said travel sickness. We have to consider this a general view of the situation in a traveler, okay? Talking about the sleeping sickness. Yes, tell me.
Travel
Tell me in
sickness.
Spanish. Tell me in Spanish, there is no problem.
Oh, okay. Al referirse a travel sickness, ¿se refiere como a síntomas así pasajeros?
No. Los traveler sickness son enfermedades de los viajeros.
Enfermedades de los viajeros.
Pueden ser la gastroenteritis del viajero, por ejemplo, o en la literatura lo encontramos como la diarrea del viajero. Es por una desadaptación de la microbiota intestinal a la nueva dieta o al clima. Y eso se corrige con líquidos, descanso y agua, nada más, ¿verdad? O la desadaptación a la altura. Eso por tradición lo llaman travel sickness en la literatura. So there is no problem with that, but you have to consider this when you read travel sickness, it's that kind of situation, ¿ok?
Okay.
Por ejemplo, con la diarrea del viajero, si no das tratamiento, el paciente se deshidrata y necesita estar hospitalizado. Pero si lo das a tiempo, no pasa nada, ¿verdad?
Claro.
O sea, depende del momento. Con el sleeping sickness, actually we say sleeping disorders. The correct expression is sleeping disorders.
Sleeping disorders.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pero en la literatura, ya por tradición o por conocimiento de los pacientes, lo vas a encontrar como sleeping sickness. El paciente va a venir con su insomnio y te va a decir, tengo sleeping sickness. I'm with sleeping sickness, I cannot sleep during the nights. Y eso puede ser por el cambio del uso horario nada más.
Okay.
So, this is an informative way of expressions while talking to patients or maybe reading some articles, because in the literature you found these expressions like a tradition, I mean, and it's easy, okay?
Yeah, okay.
And also patients said sickness as nausea and vomiting as a general symptom. How do you feel? I feel sick and with nausea, they mean. That's why these expressions are true, I tell you by experience. They are true because I had patients from travelers that said, I feel sick, and you had to guess the meaning, what they were planning to say. And you said, you feel sick? Okay, what happened? Tell me, give me more details, please. I don't know, you are the doctor, please. Okay, I'm the doctor, but I cannot guess. Give me more details. I feel sick, I feel ill. And you have to start asking and making questions, okay?
Okay.
That's why I sent yesterday this slide with lots of questions, ways of asking for information, just as suggestions. You have to look for more and be creative doing your question. That's correct. There's no trouble for me, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I mean, with these concepts, I mean, everything's okay. Recovery or recovered, improving and deteriorating.
Recovery is falta todavía. Como a recuperarse a recuperarse, ¿verdad? Se refiere normalmente a la recuperación del paciente.
Yeah. Improving.
Improving a patient health, each person returned to normal, the patient is improving.
When the patient comes to your attention and you start the treatment, sometimes we decide to ask for a control, right?
Okay.
We told the patient, come here to see me again in 2 days, and we are going to see how the medication is working, right?
Okay. Right.
We see that the patient is better, medication is working great, the patient is improving.
Improving. Okay.
The patient is returning to normal, but it's still in process to be normal. He didn't recover, he's in process, he's improving. The patient first improved and then recovered.
Okay.
About deteriorating.
Y cuando tenemos un resultado opuesto al esperado, o sea,
Yeah. Tell me, I listen to you.
¿cómo? Pues que referirnos a más o menos, ¿qué será? Yo, a ver.
For example, you start your treatment, you ask your patient to come in 2 days, the patient comes back, but it's worse. It's
Exactamente, regresa peor.
Yes, it's getting worse. It's getting worse, it's deteriorating. So send him to the hospital. It's easier. That's why you consider to use the verb get, right?
Okay.
Get over, get better, and get worse is the correct way of express this idea, okay?
Okay.
Very important to use. And well, get over, recover, get better, improve, and get worse, deteriorate. Easy. About relapse and remission, everything's okay?
Sí.
Perfect. Illness and wellness is just for information. Don't worry about it. Did you check the parts of the body?
Yes.
Yes, it could be a little confusing, right?
Right.
Yes. Here with this guy, it's the most complete picture I found in the internet. We have the Latin, the social English, and the medical terminology, way of expression. Yeah, it's how you could find, well, first of all, when you talk in medical English, in that language, you would see that medical school in that language make a mess with this terminology because they study in Latin and in English. Moreover, not just English, medical terminology and social terminology, the common expression. So while reading a book or reading an article, you can find any of these ways of writing down. You can find in Latin or in English, even Latin, even social or medical terminology. So just for having the idea that it's not a mistake, it's the correct way they express, they explain, that's okay. For example, American and British doctors, they consider that talking in Latin, it's an elegant way in communication between colleagues. So it's not a mistake when they start talking about medical references, anatomical references, and start using Latin. That's the way they consider is better. Or maybe during the medical report, the medical history, you could find in Latin some expressions. It's correct for them.
Just o sea, podría expresarme tanto en latín como terminología médica.
Yeah. I advise you to use just medical terminology for being correct. But if you feel confident with Latin, go with Latin. That's okay.
Okay.
This is the most complete, as I was telling you. And this lady is showing us just the common expression, the social expression that the patient is going to tell you. This is a mess. It's confusing. The guy is confusing, right?
Right.
The lady is correcting the situation. She's
no,
showing
pero
us.
Es por así decirlo más común que se escucha. Head, neck, shoulder.
No. In social English with patients, this is the common way with the lady.
Yes, sir.
When patients tell you, okay, well, when you talk to colleagues, I tell you by experience, try to use medical terminology or sometimes Latin if you feel confident. Personally, I don't use Latin when I talk to an American English because I can make a mistake in pronunciation and they make fun of you. It's very, you're from Latin America, why are you speaking Latin? Okay, just use English, that's enough. Yeah. And it's better. Latin, it's not for me. I said no. When I was during the medical school in Cuba, we had to practice medical English 5 years. That was a topic, that was a lesson, a class that we had to take and approve, of course.
Yeah.
And we found it in Latin and we said, what a mess. And they tell you the explanation. They was explaining, you have to learn because in books you are going to find or Latin or English. And they had the reason. Even in medical articles, you can find anatomical references in Latin or English. That's why it's important. For example, referring to the parts of the body, I think it's easy. I haven't trouble with it's social English, but it's the correct verbs we must use, or the verbs that patients would use. Okay.
Okay.
And moreover, describing the radiation of pain. We have a specific class talking about radiation of pain, but this is one of the most common ways that patients express its ideas with these verbs: starts in, go into, down, or connectors like to, just for getting the relationship and how the pain in this case is going through the body. Okay.
Okay.
We also have some synonyms in the medical references, for example, bowel or intestine. We have the expression bowel movement, right? The peristalsis, the movimiento intestinal, right?
Yeah. Okay.
The bowel movement is the correct expression in medical English. If you say intestine movement, it's wrong. It's a big mistake to say intestine movement. It's not the correct expression. The correct expression is bowel movement, okay?
Okay.
On the other hand, we have expressions or anatomical references that could be offensive for few patients, few cultures, and you don't have to use them. For one example is the anus and rectum. In Spanish, there's no problem because Latin, we are so easy to talk about it. But for Hindi, for example, from Israelitas, you cannot tell them anus and rectum. It's because their culture. It's better if you said the back passage. Is there a trouble with the back passage? And they will explain the situation if there's the necessity of talking about it, or maybe they will tell you if there is something, I don't know, something so painful could be. Yes, there's a problem in my anus, I have a mole or something like that. They will go to the detail if it's extremely necessary, not without a reason or a normal situation, okay?
Okay.
It's just as an information, but it happens. For example, the Black community in the American Black community, they said it's offensive to talk about anus and rectum. I don't know why, but that's the way they think. It's better back passage, you solve the problem, don't get in trouble, and that's okay.
Okay.
About the inner parts of the body, for example, this is in English. All of the anatomical references are in English, check them. But I sent one, this is in Latin. If you compare some of these structures with the slide in English, you can see that this is in Latin and the other one is in English, and books are in the same way in the American Medical School and British American School specifically.
Okay.
Even in the internet, you are going to find the same situation, Latin and English, without any difference. We are going to study system by system in order. And then like you are going to see, we are going to talk almost all the time in English because it's the objective, but you must get the idea that if we use Latin, it's because it's a normal situation, okay?
Okay.
Moreover, we can get combined the forms in books, I mean. You have here in English some anatomical references, but here you have in Latin, labium minus or labium minora is in Latin.
Labio minora in Latin?
Labium minora could be Latin, or labium minus could be Latin, the labium menor, right?
Yeah, labio minor.
But you see, here you have English references and Latin references, they are mixed. So don't worry if you found it in a book or in an article and you see that they are mixed. It's not a mistake, it's the way they study. Okay?
Okay.
Robert, well, we have here little pronunciation, little vocabulary to check. And here, the functions of the body. Any question from this slide, maybe in pronunciation?
Yeah.
Is everything in pronunciation, this one?
No, function.
A function.
Function. Number 4.
Dos, tres. Yes, urination and micturition.
Perdón.
Urination. Don't worry. Urination and micturition.
Micturition. Okay.
Yes.
Number 5.
Urinate and micturate, or you pass urine, you pass water. Number 5, defecation.
Defecation.
Defecation, you defecate. You pass feces, you pass stools. You have feces, you have stools, right?
Right.
The last, menstruation. Menstruate or have a period.
A period.
Yes, menstrual period, or in the social way of talking, monthly periods.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
There are specific differences to check, right?
Right.
Okay. Any question at this moment? Don't forget, if we see this blue guy, this kind of vocabulary is important to practice and try to memorize in order to homework, tests, and evaluations that we are going to do. Moreover, you are going to see this kind of vocabulary into the articles, books, and English literature. That's important. And don't forget the red guy. Where's the red guy? This red guy that is showing us the self-study homework. Just check for checking at home because it's a lot of information, and a course of 2 months is not enough for checking medical English, but we have to do our best.
No.
Yes. So
yes.
Feel confident, don't worry. If something is not easy to pronunciation, let me know. We are going to practice. If you want to practice in another way, I mean, instead of checking the slides, you want to make a, I don't know, a dialogue, I don't know, of anything, there's no trouble for me. We can change the dynamic of the workshop. That's okay.
That's okay.
Yes. Any question at this moment?
No.
Okay. So let's finish this. Well, didn't come the classmate that was supposed to come. You're so lucky. Let me send you the pool, okay? This pool is for assistance, don't worry. We have to fill it. Can you watch the pool?
Sí, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Can you, is that okay? You can feel it? Can you feel
These
it?
are okay. Yes.
Okay, please send it, because if you don't feel it, okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your assistance is done. Thank you so much. Okay, is that okay this time for you, or do you want to move with another classmate? Because the students didn't come, I'm going to move them until the end.
Yeah. See you, Doc.
Okay, bye. Well, I think Danielle is not with the English that it's necessarily at this moment. I think I must look for another way of working with him. Well, patience. Patience, I'm going to find a solution about this. Well, Alejandro David Martinez was supposed to come 10:30. He didn't come until this moment. And well, let's expect. We have 7 minutes until, oh, Alejandro David didn't come actually. I'm waiting for Dennis Rolando Molina, 10:45. He's 10 minutes late. He didn't come at this moment. Let's just wait for Dennis. And he was yesterday in participation. Okay, if he doesn't come tonight, there's no trouble for me. I'm going to change the schedules. 6 minutes more. I'm going to continue with the systems. Let's see. Yes. I don't care about the absences. It's their choice. Melissa. Yes, Melissa y David, Alejandro David, they're not coming. Dennis is not coming, and Luis Gerardo. He's not coming. Okay, Luis Gerardo. Ronald Nestor, I don't know if he's going to come. Ay, Ronald Nestor didn't come. Okay, I have to. Okay, let's wait. I need 1, 2, 3 students more, and that's all. I'm almost with all of the assistants at this moment. But patience. Hi. Who's him? No, he's not here. Dennis Rolando. Yes, I think he was, but he's late. Why they come late? I can change the schedule for them, but it's not correct. It's not the way I work. It's not the way I want to work. Patience, patience, patience. Tomorrow I must clean up this room. Who's there? The picture was Martinez. Yes, he was Martinez. Well, let's check the WhatsApp. Maybe I have some messages there. And well, That's the trouble for me. If they leave, if they don't come, not the same for me. 3 minutes more and Angela is out. Luis Gerardo and Ivana. That's all. He has to authorize. Okay, let's wait. I'm going to fill this distance and I'm going to run. To do this. Okay, Luis Gerardo, I'm expecting him. Not going to be the great guy who's coming. It's coming more and more and more. Yeah. I leave this situation. I avoid this. I don't want. It's 11. Luis Gerardo Choa is supposed to come now. And Ivan Isabel Vargas. Luis is here. Hi, Luis. Hi, Luis. How are you?
Hi, teacher. Fine, thanks.
Hi, it's nice to see you. Thanks for being on time.
I'm nervous.
Don't worry. Don't be nervous. Don't be shy. We are here for working and practicing. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, relax. Take a deep breath. Okay, tell me, did you check the slides from yesterday?
What?
Did you check the slides, the presentation I sent to the group?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have any question? Something you would like to practice?
Maybe about illness and sickness, I'm not sure because I think sickness is like the symptoms of the patient.
Yeah.
And I understand that and illness, I understand that is the perception, the individual perception of the patient. In sickness, just the symptoms, right? And disease is exactly like something that just a doctor or a professional can make the diagnosis.
Yeah, could be. You have a general idea, and that's okay. That's great. But these differences in concepts is for understanding how Americans get this classification, could be said, because it depends on the situation you are talking about. In Spanish, it's easy. You are enfermo or no enfermo, right? And it's easy. It's done. But in English, they make this mess, considering the consequences of the situation. Sickness, you are right, are the symptoms that the patient feels, but symptoms that usually without a treatment get recovered, the patient gets recovers, and there is no medication that is necessary. For example, in a common flu, you take some water, you rest, and in a few days you are great, You don't need a medication at this moment, right? Everything's going, it's okay, there's no consequences. You know that it's not a difficult situation to solve. When these symptoms are getting worse and you feel wrong, it becomes an illness because you go and look for help, look for a doctor or look for lab tests and get a diagnosis. And corresponding to the diagnosis, you get a treatment, usually a short treatment. You take some pills, take some water, make a diet few days, and when you finish the treatment, you get recovered completely without a consequence, right? For example, in a common gastroenteritis, you have diarrhea, abdominal pain, and you said it's not a normal situation because it's lasting more than 2 days, for example, or also you have fever. You go to the hospital, they make a lab test, and they said, okay, it's a gastroenteritis, take these pills, and then while finishing, everything's okay, right? There's no consequences. In a disease, as you were saying, it's a situation that really needs the diagnosis of a doctor, of someone that is well prepared on the area, on that specific ways of doing. But a disease is a situation when your body is in a wrong way. It's not working correctly. For example, in a diabetes, okay? You have a metabolic dysfunction. Something is wrong in your body function. It's not going to be recovered. You can control with medication, but you cannot cure the situation, right? You cannot solve this, right? Everything changes in your life. You have physiological and psychological dysfunctions that is changing your lifestyle completely, right? In diabetes, you have to take your pills or maybe use your insulin all the time, your shots of insulin. But because if you don't do that, you get in consequences and complications, and it's a very difficult situation to manage, right? And moreover, we need the opinion and evaluation from an expert and specialist, maybe, and we need a specific lab test to get the correct diagnosis. That's the difference. It will be called acute for being practical in the difference of meanings. Illness, an acute situation that is solved in a few days, and a disease, a chronic situation that is without a cure. There is no way of solving. Okay, can you listen to me?
Yeah, my internet is bad.
It's with disturbances. Don't worry, I understand. Internet disturbances usually happens. I mean, did you get the difference between illness and disease or sickness and illness? Is that okay at this moment? Luis, hi. Hi, Luis. Can you listen to me now?
Yeah, now yes.
Okay, perfect. Did you get the difference between illness and disease? Illness and sickness, I mean?
Yes.
Sickness solved by its own without any problem. Illness, you need a short treatment and there is no consequences. Short treatment, full recovery. For example, travel sickness or sleeping sickness, right? Travel sickness is the general idea of that symptoms of travelers. For example, nausea, vomiting, like it says, headache, dizziness, but it's a very, very general situation. But when you go to the actual literature, you could see the difference when you see that it's not travel sickness a term, a common expression. For example, you have the traveler diarrhea, the traveler gastroenteritis. Hi, Luis. Okay.
Okay.
And you have to consider travel sickness. Travel sickness could be considered, or maybe symptoms that are very general and can be controlled by resting, by taking water, or maybe an illness that at the moment is affecting the traveler. Depends on the situation you are talking about. Could be a travel sickness and altitude disadaptation. For example, you come from sea level to the altitude. It's very common to get with nausea, vomiting, headache, right? And that loss of breath. Right. With that situation, you have to see which is the situation. If there is an illness, is this a disease? If this just a sickness, it depends. Moreover, actually, we don't use sleeping sickness. We use sleeping disorders, right? Okay. Patients could tell you, I am with a sleeping sickness. I'm with insomnia, for example. It's not a sleeping sickness. It's a sleeping disease. It's a sleeping disorder, okay? So it has treatment. It can be corrected, but it can be controlled. But we have to consider this before the literature, okay? Is that clear at this moment? Okay.
Yeah.
Any other question you have?
Yeah. When we talk about in Spanish, is like syndrome or
okay, the syndrome.
Many symptoms. Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be the same sickness, like travel sickness could be many symptoms, and we can say that is a syndrome or I don't know.
No.
It's very slow.
It's not the sickness. Hi. Oops. Let me close this.
Hello.
Hi, Luis. Oh, hi. Can you listen to me?
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Luis. Can you listen to me now?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry, I was checking my Hi, Luis.
Hi.
Hi.
It's very
Can you
slow.
listen to me? Very slow. Mi celular. Oh. Hi. I don't know what's happening with my internet connection. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, can you listen to me?
Yeah. No. Yes.
Now it's better, right? Okay. I was telling you the syndrome is when you get your medical thought and get the information organized, okay? You catch all the description of your patient, you make your physical evaluation, your physical examination, get all the signs and organize your idea in order to get the support of an illness or disease, depending on the situation, right? The sickness is that perception of the patient, what the patient says he feels in order to go to look for help, but it's not something wrong at the moment. I mean, do you understand the differences?
Yeah.
The sickness are symptoms that are not making the situation worse that really is. Nausea and vomiting are very general, but usually stop eating too much or stop or resting or taking some water, they pass away and there's no trouble, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you understand.
I think it's a little bit clear, yeah? Any other question? Let me open the slides. Maybe, did you check the anatomical references? Oh, yeah. Here. Can you watch my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Here you have the anatomical references in 3 ways of expression. In Latin, the Blacken words, the common, the social English, and the medical terminology in English in parentheses, right?
Yeah, and about the terminological, medical terminology.
Yeah.
We is
well, I'm going to the point. I use this slide, this picture with this guy, with these 3 ways of talking because American and British doctors, the medical literature in general, is done through the anatomical references in Latin or in English. You can see both languages, not just one. In Spanish, it's easy. We use everything in Spanish, no Latin, and that's okay, right? But when you talk in English, you can see Latin, social English, or medical terminology. It's a mess, I know, but it's the way it works. For example, you could say carpus, carpal, or the most common, the wrist.
Yeah.
It's an information picture, but you have to study this because it's important, because while reading an article or a book, you could find any of these situations. Okay. One of these 3 ways of talking, and don't get them the way they work. That's the way. With this lady, I'm showing just the expression that patient says.
Yes.
They are not going to tell us in Latin anything because they don't consider it. It's not important for a patient. But for doctors, it's an elegant way of talking. That's the way they justify, they consider it's important, okay? Hi, Luis.
Yes, yeah.
Can you listen to me, Luis? Okay, time's up.
Yeah,
Let me send you the pool for your assistance, okay? Can you watch the pool?
Yes.
Okay, please fill the pool and that's all. Okay. Thank you so much. Your assistance is done. So read, check, and practice, and tomorrow we see in the next class, okay?
Okay, thank you, teacher.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye,
Tomorrow.
Luis. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Hi, Ivana. Can you listen to me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, Ivana. How are you?
Fine.
Fine. That's great. I'm a little tired, but that's normal. When you have kids, it usually happens. Okay. Did you check the slides from yesterday?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Do you have any question, maybe?
In the slide of the human body of men.
This one, is that okay here?
You say that the first word, for example, oris is in Latin. The second word is the most common to use.
Yes.
And the third is common to use.
It's the medical terminology.
The medical terminology.
Yes. When we're talking about medical schools while teaching anatomy, they study in Latin and in English. Medical terminology and Latin terminology. They like this mess because they consider it as an elegant way of talking. They said that it's correct and everybody should do that. But in Spanish, we are more practical and we don't make that kind of mess. But we have to consider that it's important for us to know this, to check this, for catching the idea. Why? When we go for reading articles or books or talking to colleagues from those countries that are English speakers, they use Latin for talking to colleagues. Okay, medical terminology could be for talking to colleagues in a congress or something like that. Or maybe while writing the medical history, they could Latin or medical terminology. It depends on the doctor that is writing down at the moment. It's not a rule, and a specific rule when to use the language, the Latin or the English terminology. Okay.
The most common used for from patient is the other slide of women, right?
No, the girl one, this one is the common expression that patients tell to us. It's a common way, the pain in my kneecap. Okay. But you, while writing the medical history in English, you cannot use kneecap. You have to use the medical terminology, the patella, or the Latin, the patella. Okay. The kneecap, its slide is very complete. It's complete and it's showing you the 3 ways of expression. And this one.
Se salió. ¿Qué pasó?
Ivan, I'm sorry. I'm with some disturbances with the internet.
Okay, don't worry.
Okay, let me share again the screen. I don't know what's happening at this moment, but I'm going to correct it for tomorrow. Tomorrow it doesn't have to care. Okay, I was telling you. This guy is making the mess, and the girl is remembering and remind us that the patients are going to talk in this way. Okay. Any other question, maybe?
I don't know.
Okay, don't worry.
Question.
For example, Well, this is one of the most important pictures we are going to use. This first presentation is just a general view of everything we are going to watch, because we are going to talk system by system in a general view, of course, and remembering and catching more expressions and ways of talking in specific situations, and getting more anatomical details, but from this moment just in English, because English is the most important part, I think. Some of them could be in Latin. For example, this picture, all of this picture is in English, right? Everything of this description, the anatomical references are in English. But in the same book, you find Latin references. This slide is in Latin completely. Or moreover, you can find English expressions in this side and Latin in another point. They could be mixed. That's why we have to get the idea what we are talking about at this moment. And while practicing, you will see that it's easy. It's not such a big confusion. Don't worry. Just, it's a general view, very, very fast, what we are going to talk about.
And we will review all this throughout the course.
During the course, we have 6 classes that are already done for this, talking about systems, expressions, way of writing down, talking about a specific situation, symptoms and signs, I mean. And then at the end, we are going to talk about ways of study, ways of abbreviations, details that are going to be useful in the next module.
Okay.
So symptoms and signs. Tomorrow, for example, we have the class of symptoms and signs. That's a lot of information when we talk about them. Okay. In that way, we have to understand that the patient can give us an explanation, but we have to translate the explanation into a specific word. And that's with practice and practice and practice through the course. We are going to find this. It's not easy to see or to complete all the contents of medical English in 2 months, but we are doing our best, and let's try to do your best while studying and practice. Do as much as you can, because it's important. And while finishing, you are going to have a copy of the slides. And of course, you could review and practice with them too.
Thank you.
Yes, I send it because it's important to get information organized. All the tests and homework is from the material I'm sending to you, nothing different. It could be unfair if I send homework that I'm not teaching, right?
Right.
From here, for example, any question from this slide? Some of your classmates were asking for pronunciation. Let me open this. Everything's okay here?
Maybe micturition.
Okay, you have urination, micturition.
Micturition. Feces. Past feces.
No, feces.
Feces.
Yes, feces. And stools.
Feces too.
Yes, you urinate and micturate.
Micturate.
Right? Yes. Of course, while through the course in participation and the workshops, we can correct the pronunciation. If there is a doubt of a specific word or expression, please let me know and we are going to correct this. Okay?
Okay.
Don't worry. All of your classmates, all of them without an exception, we're talking about micturition. It's not a common word.
Micturate.
Yes, micturition. When I read this, the first one I said, what? Let's look for a program that could pronounce correctly.
But it's the same as urination.
Yes, they are synonyms. Micturition could be translated as micción in Spanish. The act of urine is the micturition, right?
Okay.
Uno, the patient orina o micciona. Micturition is a medical term that is correct when you talk to your colleague, for example, to a neurologist, for example.
Okay.
The micturition is not continuous, for example. La micción no es continua, right?
Password.
Could be an example because, yes, medical English has a lot of ways of talking about it. And we are going to go studying and practicing and checking. For example, we have here on the slide that is talking the radiation of pain, right? This bubble.
Radiation.
The blackened verbs are showing us at this moment the most common verbs that patients use to describe us the situation. That's how the patient expresses how the pain is going through the body. But you have another ways, another verbs to write down in your, it takes, okay? It starts in the back, then seems, or the body, yeah. It's the gluteus for us, right? And down the back of the right thigh to the knee, right? So when you see this, you see social English with terminology that the patient is expressing to you. You don't see the medical terminology, in fact, as a fact, right?
Right.
Moreover, in this slide, I show a synonym that is very important, the bowel or the intestine, right?
Right.
While talking as an instructor with a colleague, is that okay if you use bowel or intestine? There is no trouble. But when you talk about the bowel movement, you have to consider the expression. Bowel movement is the correct one. If you say intestine movement, they're going to tell you what? Yeah. It's not the expression. They're going to say you are in a mistake. It's the bowel movement and the organ is the intestine, right? That's a difference we have to check and consider. On the other hand, when we talk to patients, we have to consider that some cultures are not as open mind as Latins that we are.
Back passage.
Yes, and they consider anus and rectum as an offensive expression. They don't feel confident with that. And it's better if you say the back passage. Is everything okay with your back passage? Do you have any trouble with your back passage? They understand the meaning. But if you use anus and rectum, they feel offended, they can make a mess, and they can say that you are causing an offensive situation to their culture. It will happen to the Black community in America, in the United States, or with the Israelitas, the Indies. There are many cultures that have this trouble with some medical expressions. In Latin America, we don't have this trouble. They said no or yes, and they explain it with lots of details. It's a very funny situation, right? But for other people, it's not the same. If you tell a Black in the Black community, one of them, you tell them the anus and rectum, they are considering that you are in what's the word? I forgot it. You are in discrimination. They don't feel confident with you, and they can ask for changing doctor.
Right.
Yes, that's important. Expressions like that I'm going to be showing you through the classes in order they appear, in order of frequency, and it's interesting.
Okay.
Okay. Any question maybe at this moment?
No.
I don't think there are no more questions, I think, right?
No more questions.
Yes, yeah. Let's fill the pool, please. I'm going to send you for assistance, okay?
Okay.
Okay, can you watch the pool?
Yes.
Perfect. At this moment,
I finished the pool.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ivana. Okay, at this moment, I'm going to, well, I have some classmates that didn't come and I don't have any reason of them. They didn't say anything. In that way, I'm going to correct the schedule and the students that didn't come are going to go to the end. So is that okay if I change the schedule for you? I mean, if you come earlier, is that okay for you? I mean,
yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, around 1 hour earlier. Is that okay?
It's okay.
Perfect. I'm going to make this change tomorrow morning and send to the group. And there's no reason for their absence. So I'm going to move it.
Okay.
Yesterday was the way of starting, but now we have to organize the schedule. Maybe they were working, studying, I don't know. If there's no reason, I cannot correct it, okay? So I'm asking you because you're the last one. And if it's that okay for you to move you earlier, I'm going to do that, okay?
Okay. It's okay. 9 o'clock here.
Yes, here it's 11:30. It's later in Bolivia, so there's no problem. For me, there's no trouble. I'm going to change it, okay? And please, you are going to check if that's okay for you, the new hour of getting into the workshop, please let me know, okay? As soon as possible. Okay, Ivana. So see you tomorrow, okay?
See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye. See you, bye. Have a nice night. Hi, Alejandro.
Hi, sorry, I get confused by the hour because here I am from Honduras, and here is the 9 or 9:30. So, and I thought it was at 10 o'clock, at 10:30 o'clock.
Yes, I was explaining yesterday that was that time because in Bolivia, well, I live in La Paz, Bolivia, and I was correcting, but don't worry. I understand that it's a mistake by the time, the change in time. We can work at this moment.
Well, if you don't have a problem, it's okay for me. I'm
No,
sorry
no
because
problem.
I get confused.
No, don't worry, I understand the situation. But I was telling Ivana that I have 1, 2, 3, 4 students that didn't come to the workshop, didn't give any reason, and they are Bolivians. So I'm going to change the schedule. I'm going to correct the time. I understand with you, for example, from Honduras, because we have a different time at this moment, and it's easy to get confused. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
In order, yes.
Yeah.
In order they didn't come, that's not my problem. They would send a message or come at the end as you are coming.
Okay. So I am the last one now?
At this moment, yes, you are the last one. No, don't worry, that's okay. You get into the session, the Zoom session, in the exactly moment, because I was almost leaving.
Okay, I'm lucky.
Don't worry, that's okay. Yeah, so lucky, don't worry. Did you check the slides from yesterday?
Yes, I reviewed the slides, and well, I don't know in what consists the workshop. I don't know, it's like an interview or just to me make questions about the things that I don't understand.
Okay. Yesterday I was explaining that during the workshop, you can ask me everything you didn't understand from the class of yesterday, right? If there is, I don't know, a meaning that you didn't catch the idea, you can let me know and we are going to talk about it again. If there is a pronunciation difficulty, we can correct it and practice. If there is, I don't know, something you would like to review, we can do it. There's no trouble for me. It's a free activity when I want to see if you are studying. If you don't have any question, I'm going to ask you. It's supposed that if you study and understood everything, you are able to answer to me, right?
Okay,
so in that way,
I think it's better for me that you make the questions because I am very shy, so better ask to
don't
me.
be shy, get relaxed, take a deep breath. We are here for practicing, don't worry. Well, starting the workshop, I had a funny situation because one student is my ex-boss.
Wow.
So the one that was my boss now is my student, and it's so funny. And he recognized me today and we were talking a little bit, and it's an interesting way of working. You can
was
see.
a nice boss or he wasn't nice?
An excellent boss. So hard while working, so serious, but now he has to break the ice, get open and talk with me in another way. Yeah. He's not my superior at this moment. So you can see this is a funny situation, right? So don't be nervous, don't worry. We both can learn. English, of course, it's not our foreign language. And maybe an expression that I use is not common for you, I can explain you, or maybe an expression that you use, you could explain me and we both learn about it.
Okay, actually I have, I didn't have practice in English. I only practice when I go to US, and that is like 1 month or 2 weeks and by year to visiting family, but I don't speak English with them because they are Latin, so we speak in Spanish.
Yeah.
And now I want to apply for studying in the UK for a specialty, but I have to make an English test. So it's the reason why I am taking this course. But I didn't know this is I don't know if I'm yes, I noticed that, but I don't know if this course has validity. I don't know how to say that word in English. More for US than UK, or it doesn't matter?
Certainly, I'm not sure. It depends on the embassy that is in your country. It could be a great idea to ask for in your embassy if this course is going to be helpful for you. For example, at the end of this module 1, we have ways of applying to scholarships to the United Kingdom, specifically to the UK. It's going to be so helpful for you. And then I show you in a general view some steps and some tests that you have to take there for taking your medical license for working. So it's going to be useful a lot for you, I mean, and you can consider this in order to information. Lots of the information I prepare in every class is from British books. So ways of writing, expressions, if you're going to the UK, are going to be special, a great gift for you. It's going to be amazing.
Okay, I really need that. I really need that because I am nervous and a little afraid because we have to make like a writing test, like is how to make a reference in UK.
Yeah.
And I never do that in English. I do it all day in Spanish, but I don't know if it's the same in English because like you said yesterday, the people that speak in English is like more direct, and we describe a lot in Spanish. It's different.
In Spanish, we are used to cross ideas, exchange meanings, and many things when we are patients. And as doctors, we organize the ideas of the patients and get a complete expression. In English, you receive all the same mixed ideas of your patients, but you can terminology. It's hardest.
Actually, I have one question about in the parts of the body when you are with patient or with other doctor. You use more the Latin way of the parts of the body, or you use like the common that use everyone. Like for
Okay,
example,
the common one. Okay, let me open the slide. I'm showing
okay.
you this part for being clear. For example, when you talk with a colleague, it could be, can you watch, right?
Yes.
Can you watch my screen? Okay.
Yeah.
With the Black and words, we have the Latin expressions, right?
Yeah.
With the Latin expressions and the words in parentheses, in parentheses is the medical terminology. You can talk to a doctor, to a colleague. In Latin is elegant way to talking. It's an elegant way to express, to show. And they said, oh, this doctor really studies because he speaks in Latin too. It's a way to get a correct image of you, could be said, okay? But that's the same if you use Latin or medical terminology. There's no differences, okay? But if you use the social expression, it could be offensive. It's not a good idea to talk with the social expression to a colleague, especially in the UK, because they try to speak in a correct way, in a clear way, and organized into the social circle that you are now. They tell you, you are a doctor. You have to act and talk like a doctor when you are with doctors. So consider that you have to talk to us in the correct way. You're not going to say about reporting a case. I mean, you're not going to talk about the mouth. You're going to talk about the oral cavity, right?
Okay.
They consider little differences because the polite way they love to express. It's especially in the UK. In the United States, sometimes it's not so closed, the idea. And sometimes doctors use the social expression because it's a very common way of talking. But in UK, it's different.
Yeah. They seems to be like very polite and the way of talking. So in that way, I have to learn that two ways to speak in English also. The technical language.
It's just for practice. This is one of the most important slides I sent to my students, because here I show you the differences that you are applying, that you are practicing, okay?
I also have another question about, because in I saw in the slide that for the hand, the phalanges, I don't know how to describe like it's the same like Spanish, proximal phalanges, medial phalanges, and distal is the same?
The same.
Okay.
That's the same one. There is no trouble. Look at this. With the girl picture, with this one, you have the social, how the patient is going to refer to the anatomical references, right? And that's okay. There's no phalanges. Here they refer as fingers. Patient is going to tell you, I have a broken finger, not a broken phalange, right?
Okay.
But when you make your case report, when you write down about it, you don't talk about a finger, you talk about a phalange or a digit in Latin, okay? It's to consider these differences just for talking in a polite way or maybe in a social way without being offensive to your colleagues or being offensive to the patient. If you're talking Latin to a patient, he is not going to understand you. So we must consider the situation, right?
Okay.
Okay, so this slide is looking at the right way. On the other hand, we have the inner organs. I sent this that is completely in English, right? There is everything in English, no trouble, but we have this one that is completely in Latin.
Yeah.
in the way it's in Latin English, and other books are showing you the medical references in Latin. So you have to check to get both ideas for understanding the information.
Okay.
Okay, or maybe on the other hand, you could have in another way of talking, in another books, you could have English in a part of the diagram, level in the anatomical structures, but other part is in Latin. They can mix both of them in order to look interesting, I don't know, or how they decided to write down the book. That's the same. That's the way they use for expressions. Okay.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, that's right. That's the same. And I mean, making this clear, I think it's a good way of getting the idea that why it's important to catch some Latin expressions, maybe. Or maybe it's so difficult and we don't like to make the mess because I don't feel confident with Latin. I prefer to talk in English and that's all. Just use medical terminology and that's correct.
Okay.
That's not a reason to consider that you are talking in a wrong way. It's the same to speak Latin or in English. The idea must be clear. During this module 1, we are going to talk about the case report. In the case report, of course, we are going to understand and catch the difference about writing in Spanish and in English. In Spanish, right, we write down some words for being clear in the legal terms, right? But in English, you have to receive the information from the patient and make the case report in medical terminology because it's a text, it's a paragraph that is going to be read by your colleagues. It has to be in just one language. Tomorrow we are going to talk about symptoms and signs. And you're going to see a lot of descriptions of ways of descriptions of symptoms, the way of interpretation and the meaning. And it's going to be easier.
Okay.
So it's just practice and practice and writing down. It's easy, it's nice. It's funny.
Yeah, but the thing is that here in my home or in my place, I don't have another one to practice. So
okay.
That way, sometimes I read try to read books in English, books for children actually, to practice. But some medical material, I don't have medical material. I don't know if you recommend some books or something to learn medical English, or just read practice with articles.
I'm gonna send to the group. No, I'm going to send to the group in 1 or 2 classes more, I'm not sure, a book with expressions for medical English that is going to be so helpful. But I'm going to send it in the moment that it's going to be useful. At this moment, it's going to confuse you. It's not the moment, okay? Moreover, I recommend you to read articles, medical articles in English, full English text. You are going to catch more vocabulary on one side, and then you're going to catch the way of talking with colleagues. It's an interesting way of doing this.
Okay. Actually, I have to make it intensive because I want to do the test in 1 or 2 months. So I want to go fast.
Okay, if you send me a message by WhatsApp, by the internal WhatsApp, I can send you some articles just in English for started practicing and practicing and practicing. I think I have a dictionary about translation from English to Spanish or medical terminology that could be helpful for you at this moment. And then we can start working with that. In order I get material, I'm going to send you for studying. It's a great idea to go to the UK. Go ahead. That's the moment.
I want to try to go there. It seems easier that make the USMLE steps, because I think that in US is the only way to get in, or there are other ways to
in
practice.
US you have many ways of studying, many ways. When we went well, at the end of the module 1, we are going to talk about scholarships to the UK and the US, making a comparison, a very brief moment of talking about it. And depending on the program, you have to make a test of language, a test of behavior, test of medical knowledge, practical knowledge, writing knowledge. It's harder. It could be interesting to get the 2 points of view and then take a decision. With the US, you can start working as an assistant, get recommendations, apply to a program, and then to the program, get the residency. It takes around 2 years, the complete process, but it's better than expect the evaluation of English doctors could be. And in that time, you can study and work and get the benefits of being a worker, a health worker. It's different. In UK, racism is different from United States. United States now at this moment needs health providers. UK, it's not the same. I'm not sure used to do the programs for reaching the residency, I mean.
Well, I actually know that in UK, I have to make like English test, technical English test. Then I have to make a theoretical test and then the practical one. And then I have to apply for a work in there and then apply for the continuous studying in some specialty, the PhD.
Okay. No, don't worry. In the moment we are going to talk about it, you could have an idea, or maybe I changed the order of the classes. I'm not sure, but we can reorganize. Now you have time. Yeah. Okay. So
no, actually, I'm taking my time.
Please send me
I
a
am
private
just
message.
okay for the articles. I will make it because I want to practice and I have to. I don't
Yes,
know.
even
Have to
listening
study for
podcast is so helpful for practicing the listening part. Podcasts are so useful. So send me a message and remind me that I can send you material, and I'm going to send you links and articles in English. Start with them and books in English, of course. And don't worry, everything's okay. Do your best. You can do it. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay,
No
let
problem.
me send you the pool, please, for assistance, because the Zoom session is going to be closed by automatically at the midnight here in Bolivia. It get closed.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
You too. Thank you, doctor.
Okay, your assistance is done. So don't worry, Alejandra, I understand the confusion. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I was telling Ivana, and I'm telling you, of course, that I have students that didn't come to the workshop. I didn't give any reason. So I'm going to change the schedule. Try to convert it. I'm going to explain it in the class, okay? For not mixing the time again, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so see
Thank
you
you.
tomorrow. Bye. No, you're welcome. Don't worry.
See you, doctor. Bye. Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye. Okay. Okay, everything is done. And
I can get out.
Okay. Okay, bye, Alejandro. See you tomorrow. Okay, at this moment we finish the workshop. I have Molina and Ronald Santos. I'm sorry because they knew the time yesterday. And well, I'm going to close it. It's late enough for me and the program is finishing. So see you